Annyeonghaseyo. Hello, everyone.
Hello.
Welcome to Korea for those of you who are visiting, and welcome to the. I think this is about the 20th time that we've done the KEAMS conference.
So, yeah.
To the KEAMS conference, part of the SICMF, or linked with the SICMF. I'm Richard Dudas. I'll be sort of chairing these sessions, and I just want to say welcome, and I don't need to say anything else. So, the first presenter today is Peter Edwards, who is here from the National University of Singapore. Did I get that one right?
Yeah.
Okay. And he's a veteran of our conference. I met you, I think, a long time ago here, 2007 or something like that, 2008. Yeah. So, welcome, and he'll be presenting a paper that I'm interested in, as I think many of us are who are teaching music in universities. Situating computing at the center of compositional pedagogy and argument. So, welcome.
If it's okay, is this at all helpful? Yeah. Is it okay? Okay. If it's okay, I'll start now, even though it says I should start in like 7 minutes. But it's really good at a conference if you can start ahead of time. Then that's good, because sooner or later you run long, right? So, yeah, my name is Peter Edwards. I'm an associate professor of composition, well, I'm head of composition down in Singapore at the National University of Singapore, like Richard said. Specifically, I'm at the Yongsu-to Conservatory. This is a new conservatory there that started about 20 years ago. So it's been actually quite interesting to be there. I got there about 18 years ago when it was just 2 years old. And it's very strange to be at a conservatory. It's actually quite a different feel to be at a conservatory that's new, rather than a conservatory that, say, has a 150-year history, which would be the case at least in Europe or in the States. I think the oldest is about 170 years now. So, and maybe that also helps to give a bit about my background. I actually am trained in composition. I did computer music a bit here and there, but then I decided, this is really the stupidest thing, I went to UC San Diego, where Miller Puckett is, and so everyone think, oh, so you did computer music with Miller, right? No, I never did. It's one of the things, one has regrets in their life, and one of mine is that I didn't decide to take up computer music and be fascinated and active with it while I was a graduate student. But strangely, when I found myself in Singapore, I decided, actually, I really want to learn this. And actually, for me, I actually learned Maths for the same reason I learned German. When I learned German, I said to myself, because I'm a typical American, monolingual American, I thought, wait a second, I have to have a convincing argument to myself, which is, okay, there are like 80 million Germans. They all speak German fluently. I must be smarter than some of them. Therefore, I can learn German. And so why did I learn Maths? At first, I decided to teach myself Maths because I wanted to convince myself that I could learn Maths. So anyway, that's a little bit about me and my background, and I started doing that, say, in about 2007. And from Maths, I immediately moved on to Open Music, the software from IRCAM, which is sort of similar because it's a patching environment, but obviously its own thing. And since that time, I haven't written any pieces without computer assistance. And that's a little bit what I want to talk about today. So I just want to offer, this is sort of my perspective and where I come from. And I've been a professor of composition for now 18 years. So what I want to offer, so you do the keynote speech, right? And so what does that mean? And I obviously can't set the content or the scope of the conference. I'd never want to do that, and I can't, obviously. But maybe what I can do is set the spirit to a certain degree. And the spirit being that what I want to present is a kind of argument. As you see, it's called Situating Computing at the Center of Compositional Pedagogy, an argument. I want to basically offer the argument as to why what all of us do is actually should be more central in music creation, in education. So that when you go back to your various institutions, if you need some of the arguments to argue for things, then you have it. So the aim of this article, I'll largely read to keep myself on time, but I'll also make reference there. The aim of this article is to build an argument in support of a belief that I've come to hold after nearly 20 years of teaching composition, namely that computer music skills are an essential component of modern compositional thinking, and hence they should be a central component of compositional pedagogy. So through a series of examples, I'll show how statistical, procedural, algorithmic thinking is a crucial part of modern compositional practice. Tracing the causes that brought about serialism, and that's where I'm going to start. I'm going to go all the way back to serialism. I will show how this pitch organizational method transformed from a structural tool, as used by Schoenberg and Day1, to a statistical one, as well as a component for more complex algorithms. I'll then look at some examples of procedural and algorithmic works, specifically from composers who are not associated with computer music. The final points of my argument will address ways that electronic music have seeped into compositional techniques for acoustic music, and I'll also explore some counter-arguments and briefly address some potential challenges for the implementation of such a change in compositional pedagogy. So let's turn to the twilight of tonality and the complementary rise of hyperchromatic and atonal music that occurred at the beginning of the last century. I think of this as the moment when European art music lost its skeletal system. Because tonal harmony is more than a pitch organizational system. It infuses music with teleology and structure. This comes about through the departure from and a return to a tonic, which reoccurs throughout a tonal work and defines phrases locally, as well as form globally. Now, Schoenberg seems to have been the composer who felt this loss most profoundly. Schoenberg's 12-tone approach superseded his earlier atonal works, in part because he could find no way to make atonal works that lasted more than a few minutes, aside from the vocal works, which used the text to create form and narrative. These are some quotes from Schoenberg taken from his article, Composition with 12-Tone. There's two of them. There's the main one, the first one that's longer, and then the second one shorter. This is from the first one. So we see him saying the first compositions in this new style were written by me around 1908. He's talking about sort of the atonal works, the ones that use sets, not the ones that use series. And soon afterwards by my pupils, Anton von Weber and Alvin Baer. The foremost characteristics of these pieces in Statu nas Kendi were their extreme expressiveness and their extraordinary brevity. At that time, neither I nor my pupils were conscious of the reasons for these features. Formerly, the harmony had served not only as a source of beauty, but more important, as a means of distinguishing the features of a form. Fulfillment of all these functions, comparable to the effect of punctuation in the construction of sentences, of subdivisions into paragraphs, and of fusion into chapters, could scarcely be assured with chords whose constructive values had not yet been explored. Hence, it seemed at first impossible to compose pieces of complicated organization or of great length. So in the absence of tonality, a replacement for this large-scale structural scaffolding was necessary. In Schoenberg's case, it was not simply the 12-tone system, but more importantly, I feel, his isomorphic permutation strategies used within that system that offered a replacement. That's not the most well-known thing, so maybe I'll just give an example. This is from Ethan Hamo's article on Schoenberg's fourth string quartet, and he talks about this isomorphic permutation. So we have here, actually, these numbers don't represent the pitch values, they represent the index values. And I've put it into colors here, so we can see the 0, 1, 5, this is 0, 1, 5, 2, 3, 4, like this. But what we see is that, in fact, that when we get to this second bar, we have, through a transformation, inversion and transposition, we see that actually, where's our brown notes here? What were 8, 9, and 10 are now 1, 0, 1, and 4, these same notes. So actually the structure of the row, the mapping, stays the same, and the trichords stay the same, they just get redistributed to different places. Right? So if we look at, here we have 0, 1, 5, so we see the same numbers here, 0, 1, 5, but here now our 0, 1, 5 are these three pitches, but these three pitches, of course, were these three pitches. If we look at 8, 9, and 10 here, 8, 9, and 10, that's C sharp, D, and E flat. That's C sharp, D, and E flat, which was the previous 0, 1, 5. So you see, like, the structure stays the same, and the trichord distribution stays the same, but they get remapped. And this you find actually in Schoenberg's mature serial works. Actually, this isn't talked about that much, but and it's something that I think, of course, the aesthetics of Webern's music, the austerity of it, let's say, the seeming precision of it, was more attractive to serial composers, post-World War II serial composers. But actually, this is equally elegant. It's just maybe a bit more hidden. And for a very particular reason, with these, pitch returns to a structurally relevant compositional component beyond the phrase level. So you could apply this on a much grander scale and get, so that you would actually have this structure. But Schoenberg was a very traditional composer. He's often seen as a radical, but actually he was really just trying to figure out a way to use the 12-tone technique so that it gave him harmonic coherence as well as flexibility so that he could work motivically, like a 19th century composer. So later composers didn't look at the row for this purpose, hence the row took on new functions within composition. Webern was a much greater influence on post-World War II composers due to the hermetic quality of his musical systems. At least that's my belief. Put simply, everything fits together. In his serial works, the rows map onto each other through common transformations, so transposition, inversion, retrograde, retrograde, inversion. Aggregates break down nicely into 3 groups of tetrachords or 4 groups of trichords, and the form of a work articulates the design of the row. The hand found its glove, so to speak. A new skeletal system was born, and this was the future of music, as per the young composers at the Darmstadt summer courses in the late 1940s. With typical youthful verve, these young composers set off to serialize all musical elements, as we know. Boulez serialized rhythm and dynamic. Stockhausen attempted to serialize the overtone series, and hence timbre, and hence try to play God a little bit. But while the story of serialism plays a substantial role in music history, it was actually short-lived. Within a decade, the serialists were moving beyond serialism. I feel that the ramifications of this fervent pursuit to transcend and rethink serialism, rather than the serial works themselves, has had a vastly greater influence on composition over the last 70 years. What resulted was a shift in compositional thinking that stayed with post-World War II composers and stays with us today. Namely, an increased role for statistical, procedural, and algorithmic thinking in composition. To demonstrate the early break from serialism, we can look at Nono's lectures from the early Darmstadt courses. In his lecture on the development of serial technique from 1956, he begins by looking at the early serial works of Schoenberg, demonstrating the use of all permutations, for instance, in the variations for orchestra, as a method for thematic development. So through Schoenberg's subsequent implementation of hexachordal combinatoriality, multiple rows could sound at the same time, yet complete an aggregate of all 12 tones. It was a first step towards consolidation. Webern's use of trichordal and tetrachordal permutations within the row was another step towards consolidation, so this idea of constantly consolidating. So we consolidate the permutations from the normal 48 to 24. And finally, and this is Nono's argument, we could argue with that, but Nono's argument is that his use of the all interval row makes retrogrades, inversions, and retrograde inversions unnecessary. In his lecture published under the title Development of Row Technique, 1958, he states, by developing the function of the 12-tone row, which is no longer thematic, but only row-like, the use of the 4 basic forms and their transpositions, which were important for thematic conceptualization, no longer seem necessary. It is sufficient to use 2 rows, it's typical for Weber, and finally a single row to derive from it the order of the intervals and further the whole compositional structure. The original row remains or is permuted. So, what maybe many of us encountered in theory class at some point was this row. I think in a lot of the American textbooks at least, Nono's Il Canto Sospeso, the second movement, is used as an example of total serialism. And it contains this all interval row. But just as a refresher, here it is. You'll see it's a kind of a wedge-like form, and you see the intervals just constantly expand. So we go from a semitone to a whole tone, to a minor third, major third, perfect fourth, on and on and on, until we get to the major 7th. And actually, if we were to read this backwards, we have roughly the same intervals. I mean, granted, a major 7th, effectively a major 7th is a minor 2nd. It's just if you invert it. And so this is Nono's thinking here. And you can see if you were handed this as a composer to work with, and you were going to work with it loosely, you'd say, well, wait a second, so if I want really dissonant things, I can use the beginning of the row and the end of the row. And if I want more consonant things, I want thirds and fourths and things like that, I can use the middle of the row. So the all-interval row is found in Nono's music by 1955 in works like Il Canto Sospeso and Incontri. He commonly composes with this row only partially, presenting segments rather than complete cycles. In an interview with Enzo Restagno, Nono discusses his use of the all-interval series in his 1955 work, Incontri. It was not about a series, but instead a catalog of intervals that were constantly mixed up in Incontri by means of a procedure that I already called positive and negative at that time. I'll show an example of that in a second, what he means by this positive and negative. The positive was the duration and the negative the pause that corresponded to this duration. The result was a game with a shifting of sound values whereby the beginning and end of the sounds threw any serial mechanicity out the window. It was really fun for me to try out how elements that could be systematic were completely jumbled up. So this description above applies equally to movements of Il Canto Sospeso. These are already no longer serial works, so that second movement that is presented as an example of total serialism is actually an exception in the whole piece of all 9 movements. I think it's the only total serial work. The function of the row has changed in Nono's mind. It's no longer thought of as inherently structural or thematic. Instead, it guarantees something. I don't think he thought of it this way, but I think from people who have experience with computer music, you can think of it this way. A statistical distribution of interval content, with each interval having, in Nono's case, an 8.33% probability of appearing. So, this is first it's a bit small, sorry, I hope those in the back can see. But this is the first page of the first movement of Il Canto Sospeso. And let me just explain what all these little numbers mean. So, this is the note value that's being counted, right? So, so that's what a 30-second note quintuplet. That's a 16th note. It's basically a sextuplet. 30-second note, 16th note like this. And you'll see that they're all, first of all, different base values, different speeds, effectively. And you'll see that these are the negatives, so this whole idea of negative and positive. He would count the negative ones. This would be, so this quarter note rest is actually 10 of these 1/40ths, yeah? That gives us 1/4, yeah? And then this would be the sound. So this is the negative and this is the positive. And you'll notice that the durations of each of these is different. So we have -10, -8, 4, 2, 6, like that. And the other thing we see is, so these bolded values are actually index values. So we see that the first 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 pitches of the row are used. Notice that they're not used in the original order. And then what happens here is we get the next 5 pitches or 4 pitches. But again, it's basically a retrograde of those pitches. So he's not reading through the pitches at all. And if you look further in the piece, he's taking this chunk and this chunk and this chunk and he's composing with them. And so he's using the, you can see him kind of having this game of how do I construct these larger chords that have a kind of evolution in them, where we have kind of enters and fades away. How do I do that? By pulling out like subsets of this row. But he's never actually just reading through the row and keep going through the row. Stockhausen articulates the importance of statistical thinking in his compositional approach in articles written around the same time as Nono's Il Canto Sospeso. So in his article From Webern to Debussy, Comments on Statistical Form from 1954, Stockhausen outlines the development of his compositional methods that grew out of serialism. Starting with his point music, or the Punktuelle Musik, in which, quote, the largest formal unit was basically the individual note. So he's thinking the individual note was the largest formal unit. He moved on to group composition, in which, quote, group series correlate tones through higher level shared characteristics. But when composing with groups of sounds, Stockhausen argued, what often manifested was a phenomenon beyond the group's individual pitches and sounds. Through adjustments to the individual elements of the phenomenon, one can transform it. Stockhausen called this motion form or movement form, and realized that he could compose with it from a statistical perspective. He writes, imagining statistical forms requires approximate definitions. It has to do with degrees of thickness or pitch groups, degrees of register, degrees of motion, of speed change, average dynamics, dynamic change, timbre and timbral mutation. When talking about statistical form, one uses character definitions like average, primarily, considerably, generally, approximately, and other similar descriptions. Well, as probably everyone in this room knows, in a computer-assisted compositional environment, statistical strategies are common. Such strategies utilize randomness, built-in functions for randomization through various distribution functions, random walks, weighted probability, along with those for interpolation and perturbation are standard. With such functions, one creates lines, transformational trajectories, and musical characters that generally behave a certain way. While Stockhausen never used these tools for his music, his article demonstrates a need for them. Hence, one can see that already by 1954, a confluence between developments in composition and computing arises. Yet, let's return to the story of serialism to see how it develops another branch of computer music, namely algorithmic composition. This is Helmut Lachmann, never associated with serialism. He says, I often use serial methods to determine a kind of time framework, a structure of layers, abstract arrangements, which offer the most diverse possibilities of relationships amongst each other. Serial means as an aid to invention? Why not? I relate to such a serial plan as a sculptor does to a randomly found, unhewn stone, with the difference that I not only cut parts of it away, but allow myself to deform and interpret it as I wish, through which I must arrive at its final form. So although Lachmann isn't known as a serial composer, he's certainly influenced by serial thinking and has added his own developments. Like Nono, Lachmann's implementation of serialism is loose. So loose that we can't really find it in his works. Nonetheless, his serial procedures are complex and rigorous. I'll show an example soon. They serve as a means of inspiration for him creating pre-compositional scenarios that he responds to artistically. Permutation isn't achieved via the 4 common permutations. Instead, as Luis Pena demonstrates in his analysis of Mouvement for the Erstarrung, this is a piece for Ensemble Intercontemporain that Lachmann wrote in the early 80s. Lachmann uses a permutational row to reorder successive rows. This is even used to generate a row that then undergoes the same permutational process, relying on index manipulation for row permutation. And he applies the results to duration and to pitch. He employs unorthodox and unique strategies to create what he calls a Zeitnetz, that is a time net, a scaffold-like structure that through successive revisions is partially wiped away. Now, that was a lot, so let me just show you what this looks like. And stick with me. I actually read Luis's text, and there were some things that weren't clear, so I spent 4 hours trying to actually figure out what was going on in this open music page. So let me try to explain. This is our row. This is a permutational row. The row used to permute this row, this row. And this is a duration series. Negative values obviously indicate rests. Positive values sound. Okay, so we have the permutation row, which is that guy there. And we have an arithmetic series from 0 to 11. Okay. And what we do is we use this permutation series to reorder this row, this 0 through 11. And that's what we get down here. The result of that is here. You can see this larger list. I guess, what is that, 144 values. So the first is the original. But then if we take the original and we go, this was 2, 6, 1, da 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 da. And this is one space, not zero based. So we go 2, that's the second one. 2, 6, 1, 7, like this. Then we get 1, 5, 0, 6, on and on and on. Then what we do is they take the same permutational pattern and apply it to this one, yields this, and on and on and on. What's nice, actually interesting about this permutational pattern is that it actually yields 12 unique rows, which he must have given us. I don't know how he calculated that, but it's quite nice. So anyway, we've got this thing. And then what he does is takes this duration series, takes the absolute values of them and accumulates them, right? So 11 plus 6 is 17, plus 9 is 26, plus 7 is 33, on and on and on. And these become nth values that are used to pull out notes from here. So the 11th and the 17th must be that one, like that, on and on. Okay? That gives us this row. This is going to seem convoluted. That's good if you have that experience, that this seems very arbitrary. That's a very important thing to get out of this. Okay, so we get that. We have that. We combine these, so we basically do a matrix transformation here. 11, 1, 7, 11, on and on, like that. Then we sort ascend. We have 0, 1, 2, using the first value to sort. Then we cut off the first value, and we have the new row. Then this row goes through all these permutational patterns itself, which yields us basically the original with all the permutations, the process one with all the permutations, and then these are used to create this Zeitnetz. They're used for figuring out duration and things like that. This is just an illustration of the Zeitnetz, where we have all these rests, and you see that there's certain notes here at various points in the piece, and these then become these structural moments in the work. And the interesting thing is that Lachemann can then use this as he wishes. So he'll say, okay, yeah, this gives me good information maybe here, but this one I don't like, so I take it out, and this one I don't like, and I ignore it. He uses it as a basis for inspiration, not as a way to generate a piece, right? That is, once the process is over, the piece is complete. Okay. Again, these serial procedures are employed to give the composer something to start with and react against. Importantly, they're also arbitrary. That is, there seems no oral relationship between the procedure and the piece. A different algorithm would have provided an equally valid scenario against which Lachemann would have composed his work. That is, a different initial row would have yielded a different version of the composition, not a different piece. The rows and their processes are not meant to be heard. Instead, they give the composer a starting point. And finally, it's worth noting that while completely algorithmic, Lachmann didn't compute his Zeitnetz. Everything was done by hand, which as someone who works in a CAC environment, I can't imagine doing this all by hand. I'd much rather do it by computer. However, Pena demonstrates in his thesis here on Mouvement the computability of Lachmann's process by coding the entire procedure in open music. I speak briefly also about Ferniho. I think many people, when you look at Ferniho's music, you say, how does he do that? So one of the things, where do all those crazy rhythms come from? If you've ever wondered that, stay tuned, you're just about to learn. Ferniho actually has a long relationship with IRCAM. He used Patchwork before it was open music, and I think he's using open music now, I'm not sure. But there's a library for rhythmic permutation, basically, called Owen Combine. And so I'll show, and you can actually read all about this. This is just a summary of what's in this lovely article by Michael Malk. Some considerations on Brian Ferniho's musical language through his use of CAC, part 1. There's also part 2, but it's much shorter. So just the sort of notation. Obviously, it's a list-based system, so it's lots of parentheses. So we have one unit, and that unit gets broken down into 4 things, each of 1 unit length. That's how we get 16th notes. We can define a meter, and then break down that meter into, say, 1, 2, and 1. So we have 1, 2, and 1 inside 4, 4. And we can even go further, breaking down that 1, okay, it's by itself. 2 will break down into 3 separate parts, 3 equal parts. And then our 1 here, which we then break into 3 equal parts, that gives us triplets. So as is typical in these, it's a whole series of nested lists. It's quite common inside of the open music environment. So here's an example of, so we can look at this as a row, simple row, 5, 4, 3, 6, 2, 1, in a breakpoint function here, and it goes through this function called pulsemaker. This inlet will define the numerator in a time signature. This is the denominator and the division of things, and this is how many pulses there are inside of that. So we see that the list, this 5, 4, 3, 6, 2, 1, is being sent equally to the meter, the numerator of the meter, as well as the number of divisions inside of that, that measure. So that gives us 5 eighth notes in 5, 4, 4 eighth notes in 4, 4, 3 eighth notes in 3, 4, 6 eighth notes in 6, 4, on and on. That's not very Ferniho-esque. We get maybe a slightly closer, if we just do something very simple. We take this list and reverse it before we send it in here. So then now we've got a 5-4 bar with only 1 attack in it, a 4-8 bar with 2 attacks, a 3-8 bar with 6, on and on and on. And when we have our 1 here, 1-8, we have 5 attacks. Now we can take, that rhythm that resulted, the end. There's another function here called substitute rhythm. Again, where does this derive from? But just an accumulation of the previous values, 5 plus 4 plus 3 plus 6 plus 2. And that gives us the places, that's these guys, 5, 9, 12, 18, and 20. These are the places where we're going to substitute a rhythm. And those substitutions are in this list. We'll have 5. So where we have this 1 value here, it's going to be substituted with 5. So we get these very, very many, this, what is that, 64th note quintuplets. Where there's a, here it gets substituted with 4. This one gets substituted with 3. This is -6, so we have the silence here, and then we get 2 substituted there. Okay, so we're starting to get these Ferniho rhythms. This nested structure is actually kind of cool because what you can do is you can manipulate series of values. So this is just really, this really begins to look a lot like his work, and we see that actually it's just a rotation. I bolded the 6 just so we can see very clearly this rotation, but that's all that's happening here. But we see that because of the nested structure of the thing, that where those values are completely changes. You know, for instance, how many values we have. You know, what the main tuple is. Will we have 12 attacks, or 10 attacks, or 14 attacks, or 18 attacks, like that? And the function of each of these values changes based on where it is in the structure of the list. And we can take Fernie, who actually creates these kinds of like variations of the rhythm. So we can have the first one as a model, the second one as the model, and we can see the structure, the list structure here. And then what he says is like, look, we've got, let's leave the time signature out of it and say 1 and 3 are the first values, 1 and 3. So that can become a variable. Variable A, B, C, on and on and on. We have all of these variables. And then these values become the range. So here, for the first value, it can be 1, 2, or 3. 2, 3, or 4, 5 or 6, 1 or 2, this is always 1, 1, 2, or 3, this is always 1, on and on and on like that. This is in opus modus, just to show, actually to generate this is not so complicated. In terms of making sure your brackets are right, it's complicated, but otherwise it's pretty straightforward. You just have to randomly choose things. And then you can create all these are just examples. These are just all variation results, right? And this all sort of blossoms from something very simple. Okay, again, a kind of arbitrariness here, right? The CAC becomes this tool for sort of, it becomes, and I'll talk about this later, a kind of interactive space. And now we move on to maybe something a bit more straightforward. Lachemann, however, is not unique in his use of algorithm to create structure. Let's look at some more transparent examples. Steve Wright's clapping music is a good place to begin because it's very straightforward. This work uses a single rhythm that is 12 beats long. One player simply repeats this, while the other rotates the rhythm by 1 beat after 12 repetitions. This work is an example of Wright's phasing technique. This piece doesn't incorporate the phasing moments that you get in works like piano phase or violin phase, but the concept and design are the same. And to create this, to code this is actually very straightforward, right? We have the original rhythm, and we just cycle through it and make rotations of it. Cycle through it 13 times, you get the entire piece. It's a lesser known work by Philip Glass, but it's an early work called 1+1. As is the case with clapping music for Wright, this piece is actually prototypical of Glass's other works from the same period, so you might be more familiar with, you know, pieces like, what is it? Music in similar motion, music in contrary motion. Actually, it's just, design-wise, it's pretty much the same. This is an indeterminate work involving 2 rhythms, as you can see, those 2 rhythms, A and B. The performer chooses the number of repetitions for each rhythm, and once each rhythm has been repeated the predetermined number of times, the whole process is repeated, but the number of repetitions can 1, stay the same, 2, increase by 1, or 3, decrease by 1. We see some examples here. So we've got 1, 1, 1, 2, 1, 3, 1, 2, like that. So this one's just staying the same, this one's increasing by 1 value, or in this case, decreasing by 1 value. The changes to one rhythm are independent of the other. Now, a function that generates versions of this piece on the fly would be straightforward to code. The function would take an initial number of repetitions for each rhythm and a value for the number of times the process is repeated. Changes to the number of repetitions could be determined by a random walk with a lower boundary set to 1, so that each rhythm appears at least once, and an upper boundary, perhaps determined by the user of the function or set to an arbitrary value like 10. Glass's work could be simulated with other algorithms provided they follow the rules of the piece. Random walk is, however, an obvious strategy. John Cage appears in textbooks on the history of electronic music due to his works like Williams Mix, Imaginary Landscape No. 1, and harpsichord created in collaboration with Lejar and Hiller. But in the field of algorithmic composition, he's not a substantial figure. Yet few composers relied on algorithms for creation of their work as much as Cage. Some of his algorithms are not easily codable. For instance, coloring imperfections on a sheet of music paper to determine notes is algorithmic, but computationally complex. Yet, Cage is arguably most famous for tossing coins and rolling dice to determine the parameters of his music. Cage was therefore a devoted user of Bernoulli trials, which are fundamental to probability theory and eminently codable. Furthermore, the composer Andrew Culver, and this image is from his website, working as Cage's assistant in the last decade of the composer's life, developed software that Cage used to create his Europeras 1 and 2, the Music 4 series, and the time bracket pieces, as well as his famous Mazostics test. That is, probably the last 10 years of Cage's output was algorithmically generated. First employed in 1976 in his work Für Alina, Arvo Pärt created a compositional system called tintinnabuli, derived from the Latin word for bell. Using a two-voice texture, one voice uses only the notes of a triad, and the other voice utilizes the diatonic scale of the triad's root. The second voice generally moves stepwise. In his book on Arvo Pärt, Paul Hillier outlines consistent compositional strategies for note selection in Pärt's tintinnabuli works. For instance, Pärt commonly writes passages so that the two voices alternate being the higher pitch. So an algorithm simulating Pärt's tintinnabuli technique is very feasible. We see these are actually the 5 strategies that are used. It's not terribly complex, but that's also exactly what Arvo Pärt is after in his work. Finally, the works of Ligeti. The work of Ligeti is also often procedural and algorithmic. These are well known, so I won't offer examples here, but the micropolyphony and transformational processes found in his work starting around 1960 offer good examples and have been frequently written about. Articles by Ligeti himself, Clendening, and Roy Franco-Lee are good starting points for more details on this. So, now, each of the aforementioned composers is important in the history of contemporary music, representing a unique style or stylistic approach, and utilizing algorithms that can be generated computationally. Note that I've intentionally avoided works by composers associated with algorithmic music, like Xenakis, to build my argument. I think it weakens the arguments to say, oh, but look at Xenakis, therefore we should all do this. Actually, no, look at Cage, look at Stockhausen, look at all these other composers who used this, but maybe didn't use the computer. Furthermore, with the works from Reich and Glass and Ligeti in particular, process serves to provide form to the work. So we go back to this issue of skeletal structure. That is, it is fundamental, that is, process is fundamental to the structure of the work and serves as the skeletal system for these musical organisms. So now, in addition to statistical and algorithmic thinking, the discoveries in the field of electronic music also played a crucial role in modern compositional approaches. So by the 1950s, ideas from electronic music were already seeping into the world of acoustic music. Here's what I like to call Stockhausen's submarine, or his Noah's Ark. I always think of Noah's Ark or something. He's got all these little animals in there. But you see that we have formants here. And this represents instruments. This would be a tie, but nonetheless we have this particular formant being articulated by an instrument. And we see that this is kind of the envelope of the whole thing. And this is actually found in his article called How Time Passes. And actually it's a really interesting article if you want to explore how he translates the overtone series and timbre into structure. So Stockhausen's Gruppen from 1955 is a good example here. The guiding metaphor for this work is the overtone series. Musical structures are imagined as magnified spectra. This is detailed in the composer's article, Wie die Zeit vergeht, or as is English, which is actually quite easy to find. This is published in the 50s, I think, and at that time there was a whole series, some of you may be familiar with it, it's called Die Reihe. I don't think they changed the name in English. but it's got all these great articles from like Boulez and Ligeti and like all the big heroes of the 50s European music. And at that time they had money to translate the whole thing, so they translated everything from French and German. So this you can probably find even just through a Google search. It's called How Time Passes in English. So additive synthesis is at the heart of this work, which in this regard shares important traits with the composer's earlier electronic works like Studio 1 and 2. And those precede Gruppen by about 3 years, 1 to 3 years. Related to this is spectralism, of course, in which spectral analysis takes a central role in determining the harmonic nature of a composition. Two good examples are, of course, Tristan Muray's Gondwana, which determines its pitch structure using spectral analysis of an FM synthesis routine that simulates a bell, and Gérard Griset's Partiel, which uses the spectral analysis of an E pedal tone on trombone for its pitch material. There's our friend Pierre Schaeffer, Amongst Traffic. Additionally, a seismic shift in compositional material occurred in 1940s France with the introduction of musique concrète, which proposed that any recorded sound could be musical material. Now, I think the profundity of this shift is not sufficiently acknowledged. So perhaps a simple question can expose the size of this shift. How do you motivically develop the sound of traffic? Of course you can't, because motivic development presumes that an analysis of the motive will yield composable elements. That is, you'll learn something about its interval content, pitch content, contour, note values, ordering, and with that information, you can build a passage of music. A motive has an interior that is meaningful for traditional compositional technique. Recorded sounds often lack this. Hence, an essential part of traditional technique is no longer useful for compositions that utilize recorded sound as material. So how do you compose with such material? This was as substantial a problem, I feel, as the fall of tonality. Here composers don't just lose a formal means, they lose the means to move beyond the first sound of the piece. A similar question arises, by the way, with other 20th century inventions like multi-percussion music and extended technique, both firmly part of compositional practice today. Solutions to this problem were various in the 20th century and included the Khaleghian approach of simply allowing any sound to exist next to any other. This had substantial ramifications on form in the 20th century, as well as a Schaefferian approach in which timbre and envelope are considered. And this latter approach, even found its way into acoustic composition via Lachenmann's sound types of new music. Also, this is actually largely only in German. Maybe I just talk a little bit about it. This is an image from Lachenmann's article on sound types of new music, and what he's doing is basically, you can see this very Schaefferian. He basically looks at this passage of music and starts analyzing it for its envelope. And he talks about how envelope is related to time. So, in Lachenmann's sound types, which were first articulated in 1969 as a kind of provisional theory for thinking about the relationship between form, time, and sound, these provide a link between Schaeffer and Stockhausen. While the sound types themselves resonate with Schaeffer's categorization of sounds, Lachenmann argues that when composing with sound types, the sum should be more than the whole. That is, individual sound types should be combined into what he calls a structure sound. And an excerpt given in the article to demonstrate structure sound is from Stockhausen's Gruppen, a work rich in statistical form. So this is it here. We see, of course, this is a notated reduced score of Gruppen. This is an excerpt from Gruppen, this kind of schematic diagram of it, and we can see the statistical nature of it, this accumulation that's going on from something very sparse to something very dense. So to review, training modern composers then means teaching them how to compose with process, how to compose statistically using randomness, how to compose with algorithms, how to work with electronic sound, how to carry out spectral analysis of a sound, how to develop musical ideas with material that, as I put it, has no interior,
that is, can't be broken down for exploration and extension, like a motive. So if this is the case, then the computer seems an essential tool for compositional practice because it can serve as an assistant for all those tasks. Perhaps it's sensible to look at the situation this way. The computer is to modern composition what the piano is to traditional composition. I'm so happy I found this really nice royalty-free art. Because it's really perfect. You see two, both, you just see hands typing at various keyboards, so to speak. Right? And on the right, you have this wonderful tool that's really useful if you're writing melodic harmonic music. That's why we all had to learn how to, if you study composition, you had to learn, well, I guess everybody had, going back 30 years ago or so, had to do this. But, if you studied composition, you had to learn how to play piano because you needed to know how to use the tool that was going to help you compose. On the left here, we have this other tool that if you want to write contemporary music, modern music, using modern techniques, you're not writing melodic harmonic music, then you need to know how to use this tool. Let's take a moment to look at some counter-arguments to what I'm proposing. One might state that the examples I've given are all from composers who didn't use the computer to create their works. Clearly, the computer isn't necessary for composing such music. In response, I would argue that the examples offered were written before personal computers were commonplace. It's worthwhile speculating about whether the composers would have used computers and C software if it had been available. What if they had learned coding while studying composition? I think it's arguable that in some cases they would have utilized these tools. I think that's very clear, especially if you look at Schaeffer or Stockhausen, even Nono, Berio. I mean, a lot of composers associated with these research centers and these electronic music studios back in the 50s. Well, what if all those places had computers? They of course would have used those things. So I think it's pretty arguable that Avro Pärt probably wouldn't use computer-assisted composition means, but aside from that, I think that even Steve Reich is interested in working with tape machines. Right? He didn't have a studio to work with, but he had access to these devices. What if he had access in the 1960s to a MacBook Pro? So another counter-argument, outside of using music notation software, most current composition faculty members don't use computers to compose. So clearly one can compose procedurally and algorithmically without a computer. So the response to the first counter-argument is probably a good place to start to reply to this one. And additionally, different composers have different preferred working methods. Some take great pleasure in composing by hand. The familiarity of working method can trump any advantages of speed and accuracy offered by coding. And finally, there are many composers today who are what I describe as modern traditional composers. That is, they use modern harmonic practices, but nonetheless still write melodic harmonic music. Some composers have greater interest in political aspects of music, in postmodern reference and popular styles. For these composers, computer-aided composition or electronic music might hold less interest to them. But neither the technical limitations of the past, which shapes the education of current composition faculty, nor the aesthetic direction of major study instructors should be inhibitors to curriculum reform designed to train the next generation of composers. We should enter into and build off of our students' world, one that has always been highly technical, where the internet has always existed. I have a 15-year-old daughter. I mean, her perspective on the world in terms of technology is totally different, right? Like, she can't imagine how we didn't have WhatsApp. And what do you mean? If you weren't home, the phone just kept ringing and nobody answered it. Like, this is unimaginable, right? And also a world in which computational thinking increasingly plays and will increasingly play a role in their pre-university education. We should allow this world to influence not only how we compose, but also how we teach. One last counter-argument. Algorithmizing music where it is possible to do so is not just an issue of practicality and efficiency, it is an aesthetic issue. For instance, generating Glass's 1+1 using code may produce a valid realization of the work, but it's not the same as improvising the work. While I agree wholeheartedly with this argument, I think it's up to the composer to situate computing into their compositional method. I believe actually that many composers don't use the computer for composition, largely because they don't know how to. They never arrive at the point where they need to decide how extensive the role of computing will play in their compositional process. And I think the next generation of composers should be given a chance to decide this for themselves. So a final argument from my position, computing environments provide experimental spaces for composition. A composer can test algorithms. For example, one could evaluate the code for a passage of music in which there is a 9-to-1 ratio in the probability of high notes and low notes. If, after evaluating her program, the composer decides that there are too many low notes, then she can experiment with a different ratio. Every variable in a function becomes a place to tweak outcomes until the musical result is what the composer desires. For composers who work computationally, this has enormous value when realizing their ideas. So environments like Max, Open Music, Opus Modus, Super Collider, and others should be seen as creative, interactive spaces for exploration in sound and composition, and not solely as computer music environments. And here I have this picture specifically because these are, of course, all well-known composers. Of course, Philip Glass needs no introduction, Ligeti. This is a younger version of him, so, and the internet just nicely puts his name there so everybody knows it's George Crumb. I love the dog. I love dogs, so I love this dog. Fred Cheng, Christopher Rouse, and Libby Larson. And what do they all have in common? They're all sitting at a piano. This is the classic shot. If you want to go get a headshot as a composer, what do? You find a photographer and you find a piano. And you sit at it, and for the first time in 15 years, you write some notes on a piece of paper, and you pose and paint. Yeah? That's what a composer is, so to speak. So, if computing moves towards the center of compositional pedagogy, then a few changes will be needed in a composition curriculum. First, the dividing line between a degree in composition and one in computer music will need to be redrawn. To study composition will inherently mean, in part, studying computer music, so how will these two fields distinguish themselves? Second, 1 to 2 mandatory introductory courses on electroacoustic music will not suffice for adequate training in the necessary tools for composition, or for computer music. A richer set of courses will be needed, yet this will likely mean that other subjects will need to be removed from the mandatory course list. The loss of mandatory courses is in a major always stirs up heated debate. Trust me, I've experienced this. What should go? What is less worthy than courses in computer music, a subject that many major study instructors won't feel is worthy of being mandatory in the first place? And so finally, major study instructors will need support in supporting their students. I think that's where we can come in. If instructors are unfamiliar with the environment, then they will have difficulty assisting students with both the technical and the artistic problems encountered. Perhaps a full-time assistant in Max and Lisp troubleshooting will be required. Perhaps team teaching is a solution. Anyway, I believe that such curricular changes outlined above would require a significant paradigm shift on the part of the faculty. I mean, it's already happening, I think more and more younger composers, for instance, aren't sitting at the piano taking their photos, they're sitting at a computer. For its success, they would need to filter down into primary and secondary school education, their content becoming something that prospective students think they will learn when they study composition at the university level. Yet, I'm confident that this will happen because we can't hide from history. On the one hand, the influence of composers mentioned in this presentation has been substantial. And on the other hand, technology has advanced to the point today so that the tools to build off of their contributions is sitting in your pocket right now. And there you go. That's Steve Jobs when he introduced the iPhone. So this thing is, of course, as powerful as the most advanced computers in the 1980s or even the 1990s. And of course, we don't program on this largely because we're not allowed to. But that's where we are today. Yeah? Thank you. But I'd like to ask if there are any comments or questions or things you'd like to discuss.
I have a comment.
Yeah.
Hi, I'm Pablo from UCSD actually.
Yeah.
And just wanted to mention that one of the series that we have before Miller retired was 271, and in one of them we go through these different compositional methods and he recreates them using pure data to show, but it's not necessarily for composition students, although they are required.
Right.
But I think that there's a lot of what you're saying sort of embedded in different ways, in
Right.
which that's actually kind of a requirement for them to at least be familiar with pure data.
Right.
But yeah, no.
No, I agree, and UCSD is because I was there, I know it's a really exceptional situation for composition and improvisation and even musicology. I mean, there's no traditional musicology, UCSD is new musicology. It's a really great place for adventurers, I would say. And I think, was this an undergraduate class or a graduate course?
It's a graduate course.
Right. So, yeah, when I think about this, I also think about undergraduate curriculum. I know they have a very cool program there for like integrated electronic arts or something like that at the undergraduate level.
I can.
Yeah. But you know, it's interesting. I mentioned here the 1 to 2 mandatory classes in electroacoustic music. I made sure that that was still an accurate statement. If you go to like Juilliard or, I mean, even places where there's like people who really are well known for computer music, Boston University, or I just naming some places where I went. Even if you go to Oberlin, which has this Tamara Institute, but it's like, it's computer music, and that's the thing. If you look at the composition major, there's still like 1 to 2 classes where you get introduced to it, rather than it becomes an integrated thing that you learn in the first, say, 2 years as you're learning basic composition.
Hi, I'm Jonathan Wilson, and I'm from the U.S. I can actually build off the comment you were just making about the 1 to 2 secondary courses. So I did my PhD at the University of Iowa, and basically the system for becoming integrated into electronic music or computer music is also just having 2 electroacoustic or electronic music classes. So we just have one that basically emphasizes fixed media works or composing for fixed media with like musical cred, things of that sort. And then the other course being essentially based in like an introduction to working with Maximus P or pure data or something of that sort. And for a long time that's just been the case that that the PhD program at the University of Iowa seems to reflect around just those 2 basic points. But I think what I'm thankful for is that we're starting to finally expand a little bit outward. So now we're also incorporating laptop orchestras, learning how to actually write for multiple people in an ensemble using computer music, and also even just learning, taking courses in spectral design or working, building instruments that work with computer music, things of that sort. So I am glad to see that we're seeing some extensions, but I agree with you that we're still basically stuck in that 1 or 2 course ideology as far as electronic music goes.
I'm also from UCSD. If you had to cut one course to replace it with like a computational course, is there like one kind of like classically taught course?
I'm gonna get myself in trouble.
Yeah,
Say it,
off the record. I'm just curious.
It's
Or
being
like,
broadcast on YouTube.
or if you've seen one cut, like that you would agree with, if you want to have less pressure on that question.
I actually have a very, from all of my colleagues, it's very funny, I have 4 colleagues, all fine composers who also teach composition. And what I always find funny is they all want to teach orchestration. And I actually don't, so this is going to get me in trouble, I actually don't think you need an orchestration class. Meaning that I think orchestration, because you have, if you're strategic inside of the major study lesson, then you can actually teach orchestration as they are working on any size piece except for these solo pieces. But even if you're writing for string quartet or you're writing for wind quintet, you can already be talking about orchestrational issues. And if it's planned so that they're beginning to work also in their third year or so on orchestral works, you can address a lot of orchestrational things. So, but the problem with that is, of course, then they don't understand the history of orchestration, which I also think is extremely important. So that, if I have to say, let's put it this way, if I was the only teacher, and that's a really bad position to take when you're making curriculum decisions. But if I was the only teacher, that's what I'd probably do. But I know that would make my colleagues uncomfortable because they have a different perspective. And so, yeah, I actually have no real solution. I have to say at my own school, I give this presentation, but I'm kind of like a bit of a hypocrite because at my own school, it has traditional composition major where there's two modules, two traditional modules or courses, where you learn about maths. You do an introduction to computer media, maths. So I don't even deal with synthesis. I just deal with like MIDI and even because it's open to the entire university. So I teach how to work with image and things like that, process image and whatnot. And then a kind of history of 20th century electronic music. Yeah. So these are, the one plus is that they mandatory, for composition majors, it's mandatory that they take them in the first year. So it doesn't happen like, it's not something like an afterthought in the third and fourth year. So maybe that's positive. But there isn't even really a class where they can learn, open music or opus modus or something like that, which from my perspective for a composition major, this is just such an essential tool. But I don't know where to put it.
I've kind of a follow-up question to that one. So like the one thing that people say with like teaching composition through computing is that like a lot of the times MIDI instruments can do things that like the actual instrument can't. Is that something you would like worry about if you were teaching composition through like a digital lens?
Yeah, it's a good point. Well, in some ways I agree. I think that was definitely the case a while ago, but I think that's maybe a little bit less the case with things like Note Performer. I have to say Note Performer is surprisingly accurate. A little bit limited. In some, like, it's weird it doesn't have certain techniques, like sul ponticello. But aside from that, I have to say that the playback it gives is surprisingly similar to what we actually hear. Of course, there aren't any. The problem with that is that instruments can do a lot of things that sample libraries don't have. So the sample libraries, of course, are pointed towards a commercial market and not towards just a couple of people at universities. So all of this incredible richness that you get with working with an experienced contemporary music player, where you say, okay, I want, say, overpressure, and they go, okay, you want this overpressure, this overpressure, this overpressure, you want like this, you want vertical loading, that doesn't exist, and so you can't realize that. I don't know. I guess I don't worry too much about it. I think we as composers always understand that playback is limited, and it sometimes gives us accurate things, sometimes not. I have to admit, though, that the solution to that very often that's presented is let's have an orchestral reading session or a symphonia reading session. But that's often more depressing for the student because a lot of times the orchestra is sight reading. And if it's a professional orchestra, maybe that's okay, but with a student orchestra, that's not so great. And you really walk away saying, well, I think my MIDI realization sounds more like my piece than that. So I think I need to always be conscious of that too.
Yeah.
But then with that, there's also the thing of, if you give it even to professional orchestra, they may not have rehearsal time, and it still may not sound as good as you imagine it in your mind or your MIDI realization.
Right.
So the reality is you're writing for something that is not going to be as perfect as your ideal, or a MIDI realization that mops up your ideal.
Right. Right.
So you kind of have to even, I think it's kind of good to have the slap in the face of the reality of a sight reading that might not be ideal, because that is the
Reality.
reality.
Yeah, fair enough.
Just to add off of that, there's also the issue of practically like funding that kind of reading session happen in certain cases where like you have to have considerable sum of money to be able to even just do that.
Right.
So that's also an issue.
That, but also dedication. I mean, if you're talking inside of a music institution where there's already a student orchestra that rehearses twice a week, honestly, it's really just the dedication of the person who's running the orchestra, the music director of the orchestra. Will they give the thing, you know, 2 or 3 rehearsals, or will they really just give it one? Also, on my part, on my end, if I know it's only 3 hours, I can't pick 3 students. I have to choose maybe 2, so each one gets an hour and a half. Actually, in the last 20 minutes, things start to warm up, right? And so maybe it's better, even that just extra 20 minutes can help. So there's all these practical, this is very, old professor, lots of experience, all these kinds of practical issues that I always keep in mind. But in relationship, I mean, I don't even think so much about the MIDI or live or whatever. I think more of these tools, just as, I mean, I keep going back to that thing of these tools that we have being interactive and creative spaces for exploration in sound and composition. And I think that's what I really want my students to have. I want them to have a space where they can try stuff out. You know, maybe that's not even with, maybe that's with electronic sound. You know, maybe it is with MIDI instruments, MIDI realizations, whatever. Maybe it's just to generate a passage of music that, you know, they could do by hand, but actually they know how to, once they're familiar with working inside of open music, opus modus, then it's just very easy for them to code it and generate it and then put it into Sibelius or whatever. And then I really just see, I want them to see this as a tool for them composing in a modern way. And that gets to also this issue of, well, what do you do about traditional composition? Because students probably still should know about like voicing chords and voice leading and traditional textural types, how to work in these different texture types, and how to do motivic development. I think all that's still important for compositional training. But the reality is that if we really look at the music that ends up in textbooks from the last 70 years, the big names, so to speak, they're not doing that. So we have this bifurcated situation where we've got to kind of teach the old and teach the new at the same time. And that's not happened in the past. There was music to teach and a way to teach it. And now we have these 2 paths inside the same amount of time. So there'll be no perfect solutions. Okay. Well, thank you so much.
Our second presenter today is going to be Caroline Owen from Florida State University. She is doing her presentation via Skype, so we're setting that up right now. Looks like it's...
And then the Badie Khaleghian will be here today. The Badie Khaleghian is a
Oh. Got it. Okay, great. Okay, I gotta watch out for the feedback here. Yes, so, Caroline Owen and Badie Khaleghian is also going to be here, so they're going to present their collaborative work, multidisciplinary work. called Electric Sky Blue. So I will leave it, I will hand it over to you, and once the technical stuff's set up, I'll let you go ahead and start. Florida State University, is that the Tallahassee one, or aren't there a couple branches?
Yeah, so I'm at well, I just graduated from the Tallahassee
Okay.
Branch of Florida
Okay.
State University. I graduated there in May. And I can't see Badie in the call right now, but I trust that everyone can see him.
We can't. We only see you.
Okay, you can. Okay.
So.
Okay. So, if you can go ahead, if you can see Badie and the slideshow. Oh wait,
Wait, not
he
yet.
said it's not connecting.
It's not.
Yeah, it's not here yet.
Okay, hold on. Let me see what's going on. Okay, he's restarting. He has the slideshow.
Okay.
Oh.
And then I'm gonna.
Okay, I'll hang up. That's so strange since it worked earlier.
Computers. They always work in the studio, but then concert. Problems.
I know. That's life. Is the problem that I'm joining before Badie?
No, it's no problem.
Okay.
Yeah. But this time we will also.
There he is.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes. Yes.
Okay. Hi, everyone.
Hi, yeah, you're in.
Yeah.
Great. And you wanna share the screen, Badie?
I can share the screen. Yes.
Yes. Now you can try.
Yay.
Okay, got it.
Oh, great.
Yay. Okay. So are we good to begin?
You're good. I think.
Okay, great. All right, so my name is Caroline Owen, and I am a pianist. I'm based in Atlanta, Georgia. And as you already mentioned, I went to Florida State University, where I recently got my doctoral degree. And Badie Khaleghian, my collaborator, is also here. He's joining us, so I'll let him quickly introduce himself.
Hello, this is Badie. I'm a composer and multimedia artist. I'm based in Houston, Texas, and I'm doing my doctoral studies in composition and electronic music at Rice University. We're very happy to be here. Thank you so much for having us.
Yes, thank you very much for having us. We're sorry that we can't be there in person. I'm joining right now in the midst of a chamber music tour in the U.S. Southeast, so, but we're very happy to be here virtually. So this presentation is basically an outgrowth of my doctoral treatise on the work Electric Sky Blue that we collaborated on. And it also discusses just our process of collaborating on and creating a multidisciplinary intermedia work. So this presentation is more from my perspective, obviously, as the performer of the piece, although if anyone has questions about composition or the technological aspects of the piece, Badie can jump in and answer that. So first, I'd like to just share a bit of background information on myself and on Badie and how we started collaborating. So even though I'm a pianist, I grew up dancing ballet and other styles of dance for several years. And so this kind of cultivated a relationship for me between the two art forms. Because when I was playing piano, that was developing skills in rhythm and timing and musical phrasing that I could apply to the dance floor. But when I danced, that connected physical movements with musical gestures and rhythms. So dance allowed me to internalize the music that I was hearing in a very external way. So this connection between dance and piano for me really impacts the way that I play the piano and move at the piano physically. So I've always been fascinated by multidisciplinary projects that combine art forms, and so I had dreamed of somehow merging dance and piano into a performance, and that is where my collaboration comes in with Badie. So we met while we were both earning graduate degrees at the University of Georgia, and Badie has a passion as a composer for collaborating not only with other musicians, but also with other artists and other scientists. And so he enjoys fostering intersection of disciplines in his work. So after Badie attended one of my piano performances and learned about my background in dance, he approached me about collaborating, and we began to brainstorm a way that we could intersect piano and dance into a solo piece. And the result of that brainstorm was Life Suite, which we premiered in 2019. It is a multidisciplinary work for solo piano, dance, and fixed media. And the piece combines both live and recorded piano and dance, all of which I performed and choreographed. So we will show you a very brief clip from Life Suite, and in this clip you'll see me playing live at the piano music that Badie composed to choreography that I created, and both are happening simultaneously. So we'll just play a brief clip of that. That's good, Badie. Thank you. So then, a year later, amidst the COVID-19 pandemic, we began to discuss plans for a new project that would stretch beyond what we did in Life Suite. So we wanted it to stretch beyond Life Suite, both in the layering of media and also in the incorporation of technology. And so the result of that is Electric Sky Blue, which we premiered in March of this year, and it is for piano, dance, and interactive intermedia. So a little bit on terminology here. I just want to quickly clarify why we specifically chose to call this a piece for intermedia rather than multimedia. The terms multimedia and intermedia are often used interchangeably, but there are some subtle and important differences between them. So multimedia quite literally refers to multiple media of communication. This media could be audio, written text, video, images, etc. But intermedia includes the term inter, which means among or between. And so intermedia really extends beyond just using multiple media, but it's more about a complete fusion of media to make them harder to separate from one another, to form a total artistic work. And Intermedia has also been more specifically defined by its use of new technologies. That's kind of been another definition of intermedia versus multimedia. And so Badie, in his composition, specifically wanted this new project of ours to be interactive. And in this case, the term interactive refers to the digital reaction of one medium from another in real time. So for example, visuals reacting to certain amplitudes from an instrument, or sounds reacting to physical motion. And so Badie chose to incorporate live piano, live dance movement, visuals, and both fixed and live processed audio. And all of these media are constantly in dialogue with one another. And so lastly, we both wanted the work to be immersive for the audience. So this to us meant having multidimensional visual projections and multi-channel audio coming from different sound speakers in multiple locations around the space. And so the process of bringing these technological and multidisciplinary ideas to real life took over a year, and it required a pretty rigorous process, especially on Badie's part. So I'll just talk a little bit about our process. So after our initial discussions about wanting to do something multidisciplinary and intermedia, Badie researched a lot in the software and technology that would be needed to bring all of these media into a dialogue with one another. And so he uses a couple different programs. He uses Touch Designer, which is a program he uses to design all the visuals for the work, which are live processed throughout the piece. And in order to capture any of my physical motions and movements in real time, we used a Microsoft Kinect, which is a motion sensing input device that collects data from different skeletal joints of my body. And then he uses MaximSP, which translates both audio and visuals into data from the Kinect. The MaximSP is essentially here serving as a control board for all the interactions between software. And lastly, Badie uses Ableton Live, which outputs all sound, including both electronics and the live piano that's amplified. So following this initial research phase, Badie developed a body instrument using a Microsoft Kinect. And so by moving my hands and my feet along X, Y, and Z axes, I was able to manipulate the different elements of music like pitch, timbre, dynamics, pulse, and texture to create electronic music with my body. And so in other words, Badie developed a way for the music and my movements to be as intimately connected as possible. And so the next slide, this slide is just basically a way to show how all of the different software fed into one another to make the dialogue of media possible. And then we'd also like to show you just our tech sheet for any tech geeks in the room or anyone who's watching who wants to see kind of a complete connection feed of all of the different technological elements we used. You can see that here. We have our motion capture devices, our projectors, multiple computers, the acoustic piano, of course. So this is just the tech sheet to show you. And so then we held a lot of workshops where we were testing out different versions of Badie's Kinect instrument. So this is just a clip from one of our early workshops that we'll show you. So basically there you can see I'm playing around with moving my body in different ways to control different visuals and electronics. So we then brainstormed conceptual ideas about what we even wanted the project to convey to to our audience. And I ended up sharing a poem with Badie about the color electric sky blue. And I wrote this poem about the color because I've just always been really fond of that color, and the poem kind of personifies the color in a way. And I had no intention of this poem going anywhere, but Badie was really inspired by it and decided to use the poem as the basis for our piece's structure. And so the structure of the work is set in 10 scenes, and each scene is based on a line of poetry. And so the piece is it's abstractly following the narrative of the poem, but it's also outlining a broader narrative that kind of starts with a sense of innocence and childhood, and it shifts to anxiety in the middle of the piece, and then it resolves with a sense of authenticity and resilience. So I won't read the whole poem, but it is in my paper, and you'll hear different lines from the poem throughout the rest of the presentation. And the narrative structure of the poem really helped us construct ideas about how we wanted the media to be in dialogue with one another. And so Badie began to compose the music while I started to come up with dance choreography for different scenes. And after several months, we premiered Electric Sky Blue. So formed out of this multidisciplinary intermedia approach, Electric Sky Blue really showcases the extension of possibilities used to shape the structure of a piece of music. So not only did Badie have access to all the standard musical elements like pitch, harmony, rhythm, etc., but he used media and technology as an extra layer in his composition. And the next couple slides, I just wanted to give you all a glimpse into Badie's mind and kind of how he organized his compositional process and how he organized all the musical, visual, and interactive elements of the piece. So he really took very extensive notes about how specifically he wanted to represent each scene. So you can just kind of scroll through those, Badie, to show them all of your notes and how kind of detailed they are. So I'd like to talk a little bit about the composition itself. Just a quick survey of some of the scenes and kind of to show you the different roles that the media play in each of them, both structurally and narratively. So the piece does begin with a prelude, as though it's about to start as a traditional piano recital. And the music is it's still tonal, and it has some modal harmony in it. It's a basic A-B structure. But the idea that Badie explores here in the prelude is the idea of resonance as a musical motif. So I don't know if you can see in the score, but there is an indication of like a continuous pedal. So that was to create resonance, and this idea of resonance foreshadowed the ambient electronic sounds that would come later in the piece. So we can just play a quick clip of the prelude. And so after this prelude, we go in scene one, which is very short. And in scene one, I introduce spoken text from the first couple lines of the poem. And these lines read, "Born in autumn, in the crisp air of mid-October, it takes you to places far away." And as I'm saying these words, I am simultaneously playing a melodic musical line on the piano that is meant to replicate the rhythm and the inflections of the poetry. So the spoken text and the piano are acting in a kind of canon with one another to create sort of a delay effect. And the introduction of this human voice into a live performance introduces a multidisciplinary element of surprise that people aren't really expecting. So you can see the counterpoint between the recitation and the acoustic piano in the score there. We then move on to scene 2, which is based on lines in the poem about taking you to places far away. It's very much a part of the poem about being transported to a different time and very imaginative. And so the background of blue that we start with in the piece starts to morph to different colors. And these visuals are reacting to the amplitudes produced at the piano. So this scene, for the first time, introduces this interaction of media. And the music starts to become a bit more non-functional, still modal, very much quartal or quintal harmonies. So we can play just a little bit of scene 2 as well. And scene 2 seamlessly shifts into scene 3, which the visuals shift here in scene 3. And you can kind of see in the picture there, the visuals change to become almost fire-like swirling patterns meant to correspond to the poem. This line is about morning. So Badie wanted to kind of try and recreate the image of a sunrise. And in the piano part, I'm playing broken chords with kind of shimmering tremolos in the upper registers of the piano. So this is meant to evoke morning and the sun. But while I'm playing, because I'm mostly playing chords, it allows me to lift my hand in the air between the chords. And this hand motion that I do, that you can see in the photo, it not only cues electronic sounds, but also it cues visuals, and the visuals start to change color depending on how high my hand is. And so now at this point in the piece, the visuals are reacting to my motion rather than just the sound of the piano. So it's really introducing the concept of interactive motion capture technology. And then we go to scene 4, which is another important point in the piece's structure, because at this point, I transition away from the piano bench, away from being the role of a pianist, and I start to move around the space for the first time, and I explore Badie's Connect instrument that he built. So basically in this scene, my motion across the floor cues different pitches and different arpeggio gestures that are laid out on kind of an invisible grid in Max, MSP. And so depending on where I am across the floor, you hear a different pitch. This is very much an imaginative and childlike scene where I'm exploring the floor. So we'll play a little bit of scene 4. So I forgot to mention also that the visuals were tracking my motion as well. So then we go to scene 5. At this point, the narrative in the poem becomes a lot darker, and it talks about storminess and rumbling, and so to match the shift in the narrative, Badie took a much more intellectual approach in his composition, and he wrote algorithms that generated both the musical content and the visual materials as well. And so pianistically, this scene is very virtuosic with lots of registral shifts and leaps, because it's based off of an algorithm, so it's a bit randomized. And the rigid lines are also based off of the algorithm. So this is a very much technologically heavy scene, so we can play just a bit of it on the next slide. Yeah. So very much different from the kind of calmness of the material before. And so then that takes us into scene 6, which really is the height of technological, like very heavy technologically. Again, this is a scene where I move away from the piano and I am just exploring the connect instrument. And we have a chart here that kind of shows which parts of my body along different axes control different musical and visual elements like pitch, dynamics, the visual shapes and the colors. So this is a very climactic point in the narrative of the piece. Badie, maybe we could just show a few seconds of it. So that's scene 6, and then that takes us to scene 7 and 8, which really marks the beginning of a shift away from so much darkness and intensity in the narrative. In scene 7, we have piano in conversation with fixed electronics. And so this creates the effect that the two mediums are affecting one another in real time, when in fact I'm just playing along with the electronics. And then I grouped scenes 7 and 8 together because scene 8 really uses very similar electronics to scene 7, but in scene 8, instead of playing the piano, I'm completely dancing. So this is, scene 8 is the most dance-heavy scene in the entire piece. Badie, we should probably just go on to scene 9. And so we're getting towards the end of the piece here. Scene 9 is very much the arrival of relief in the narrative, and this is a really special moment because everything is dark, but then you hear an electronically manipulated recording of the poem coming from different speakers throughout the space. And it's my own recitation of it, and I'm walking around the space. I use the Connect instrument one last time, and I basically clear out a blacked out painting that you see here, and it has autumn leaves and a blue sky. And this is a personal connection to Badie because his grandfather actually was the artist of this painting. So we'll just play a couple seconds from scene 9. And the final scene is a dying down in the narrative, and I return to the piano. It's a very intimate, quiet scene. So it has completed the narrative arc. We've gone back to more tonal musical materials, And we have some last uses of technology here. We've used video capture to collect data from my walking path in scene 9. And the walking path is then reflected as black sketches against the blue sky in this scene. And then we have some delay in the piano part as well that kind of ties back to the prelude in scene 1. So we'll just play a bit of that. So I know we're technically over time, so if we need to stop, that's totally fine, or if anyone has questions. I have a few kind of final thoughts about our approach here, but if we're out of time, I can certainly stop.
I said go ahead so we can just hear, if you can quickly summarize, please. We'd like to hear your summary.
Sure. Okay, so first of all, we really believe that this genre, this multidisciplinary intermedia music, really effectively displays the connections among art forms, and so has an artistically meaningful purpose. It allows audiences to experience a work of art in a very multi-dimensional, multi-sensual way. And it was a unique opportunity for us to utilize multiple skill sets, so we think that it can be an exciting artistic path forward for other composers and performers who might have multiple skill sets that they want to utilize. And we also think that with the extensive use of technology and multiple disciplines in a singular work, it can really have the potential to connect with 21st century audiences and break down barriers present in classical music, like the idea that electronic music and acoustic music have to stay in separate realms, or the idea that a musical performance can only be an oral one, it can also be a visual one as well that has substance to it. So those are kind of our main reasons why we wanted to pursue this type of work. I'll leave it there. If you want to split, but we do have a website for the work, and so if you want to see it, you're able to. So I think I'll leave it there. If anyone has questions, or if there's time.
Any quick questions?
Badie can answer anything about technology or more of the technical side of things.
Yeah.
Maybe I come to you.
Oh, okay, sure.
Actually, believe it or not, I don't have a technical question, although that would make sense in such a scenario. But I'm actually curious about a theatrical element, which is, of course, the piano and its presence on stage. And that, of course, you're sort of reconceiving the concert scenario, right? So I'm wondering if you've explored this aspect in other works, for instance, by using other kinds of keyboards, for instance, a melodica or a synthesizer or something like that, to be able to still take advantage of your piano skills, but also be able to not, it's almost like the piano is like the 500-pound gorilla in the room, it's like there on stage, what do you do with it? And it becomes part of the scene. Anyway, just curious if you've explored that.
Badie, do you have any thoughts?
Sure. I mean, definitely for this project, we wanted the piano being the only object, physical object on the scene. So piano was part of our staging, basically. But at the same time, that can be a big restriction because we cannot perform it everywhere. Right now, Karen and I collaborating on a new installation that we're planning to do, and so we knew that we cannot have an acoustic piano, so we have to do it with the electric piano or smaller keyboards. So yeah, I think the possibilities are endless when we think about how we can use the full potential of an artist. In this case, Caroline with being a fantastic pianist and also having a background of dance and also vision and how we can use these two art forms together. Yeah, we're open to always like think about out of the box and see what we can do. But at the same time, we want to use the full potential. And like, of course, on the piano is the place that we can use all of the potential of the artist here.
I think conceptually too, using an acoustic grand piano against so much technology creates a really interesting contrast between a genre that has been around for so many centuries with something that's very, very new and very 21st century. So it's an interesting juxtaposition with this piece, at least.
Cool. Okay. I think in the interest of time, we should move on to the next presenter. But thank you very, very much.
Thank you so much.
Okay, our final presenter before the lunch break is Pablo Dodero, who is originally from Tijuana, Mexico, but is currently living in San Diego. And I'm going to let him set up and introduce himself and get started. Thank you.
Hi everyone. Whoops. Hi, I'm Pablo Dodero. I'm originally from Tijuana, Mexico. I'm currently at the CSD Integrative Studies program. It's my third year of my PhD, and I will be presenting on one of the larger topics of my dissertation that I'm currently working towards. Translanguaging in Mexican electronic music instrument designers. I'm going to start off with a quote from the Letter of Lord Chandos from 1902, this fictional letter written by Hugo von Hofmannsthal. I felt that the book I shall write will be neither in English nor in Latin. And this for the one reason, namely, that the language in which it may be given me not only to write, but also to think, will not be Latin or English or Italian or Spanish, but a language in which dumb things speak to me, and in which it may be I shall at last have to respond in my grave to an unknown judge. The reason why I chose that was because we're talking about how we think in our own languages. My first language is not English, but I spent most of my life learning it from grade school actually all the way to undergrad and now in grad school. And I still find that it will never really be perfect, but here we go. So I first became interested in the way electronic music instruments, EMIs for short, are designed and marketed working at a small music store, which you can see here. This is one of the many arrangements that we have. I worked there for 9 years. In San Isidro, which is the southernmost city in California, bordering Mexico. Our clientele consisted mainly of musicians and students from Mexico, some from the US, and their interactions were predominantly in Spanish.
However, when it came down to discussing electronic music equipment like speakers, karaoke machines, effect pedals for guitars, the use of English was unavoidable. Although it is fairly common to switch between English and Spanish in a border region, like San Isidro and Tijuana, one thing that remains consistent is that when it comes to EMIs, Spanish speakers must adapt to English due to a lack of terminology in labels, manuals, and marketing material in their native tongue. Recently, a new generation of users and instrument manufacturers has emerged in Mexico who are engaging with English in ways that illustrate what linguistic scholars refer to as translanguaging. While early scholarship regarding the term translanguaging is rooted in pedagogy, so basically multilingual classrooms were different, or at least bilingual classrooms, more recent work in critical and applied linguistics has shown how it can be adapted into a practical theory. My aim is to enlist these practical approaches to reading labels and marketing materials of two EMIs designed and manufactured in Mexico to illustrate the tensions between English and Spanish that happen at the interface level. Because language does not affect the functionality of an EMI, I bring into conversation scholarly work from the field of science and technology studies to parse out the role English plays in both mediation and commercialization, as well as its potential stifling effects on what James Mooney and Trevor Pinch refer to as sonic imaginaries. So just some terminology. There exists sort of an inconsistency as to what an electronic music instrument is. This list of different definitions might cover anything from a transistor-based guitar pedal to a complex sequencer that uses MIDI or a microprocessor. Controllers do not, for example, controllers, they do not make a sound but mediate between a user and the music software. Recording devices record and reproduce sound and are sometimes treated as instruments. And from a legal standpoint, the US regulates what an equipment or an EMI is based on its radio frequencies, different norms. For example, under Title 47, they're categorized based on very specific radio frequency emissions, and they do affect how pedals are labeled. There's also the whole task of taxonomizing EMIs based on a sort of like musicological, organological model that I don't actually go into because that's sort of a huge task to do and is very constantly evolving. But all of these examples are I consider them as forces that affect the way the instruments are labeled and the language that's used. So some scholarly work on what electronic music instruments are. We have Bert Bongers provides a useful bird's eye view of the evolution in technology surrounding musical instruments, from objects, drums or cymbals, to passive mechanical systems like saxophones and violins, to electric guitars, to the present day instruments that are, quote, combinations of successive technologies, end quote. Electronic music instruments offer new possibilities for music making and expression. They improve workflow, and accessibility, and by consequence increase the potential for new users to adopt them. A chronological trace, like Bongers mentions, it provides scholars ways to study and unearth or critically engage with the effects of technology on music making and sound recording technology, as is the case of tape music or music concrete, as was mentioned earlier, and sampling, etc. The breadth of academic inquiry has grown exponentially with regards to EMIs. Recent scholarly work surrounding emerging music technology is concerned with the impact that they have had on performance or improvisation, as we see with Mark Butler, the motivations and desired outcomes when designing new instruments, from Emerson and Eggerman, or the influence the piano keyboard on interface design, that we see with Emily Dolan. The focus of this paper is to bring into light an aspect of design that has evolved into fixity, which is that English is the lingua franca of design and marketing of electronic music instruments. And this brings up interesting questions surrounding language use among users whose native tongue is not English. So, interface and labels. EMI labels, marketing materials, and manuals are meant to show what an instrument was intended to be used for. Many users spend time with images or copies of manuals before they are able to physically own an instrument. That definitely was my case. I read through many manuals before I could afford a lot of the instruments that I've had. The words on the interface will usually point to a function, range, or a signal flow of the instrument and describes its affordances as sort of used by Butler, citing Gibson's idea of affordances. The labels in the instruction manuals are then an extension of what is often referred to as the interface. This is where I bring in Mark Butler. In Playing Something That Runs, Mark J. Butler discusses the term interface as a type of EMI. So we may have heard interface used as a sort of recording interface, but it is also a word that's sort of over-determined now because you can say my recording interface, or you're talking about the interface, or then we move into sort of UX ideas. But he does have an interesting sort of extension to this definition, stating that it denotes something more than simply the mediating technology. In particular, it refers to the actual side of mediation, the surface of the mixing board and sliders, or the graphical representation on the screen of the computer. So Butler's definition of interface is useful because it illustrates mediation in a way that includes the visual layout of an EMI, not just in terms of functionality or that, quote, macro perception as Verbeek uses. Butler is concerned with the physical design of the instruments and affordances they provide to performers and improvisers. This, however, implies a familiarity with the instrument after spending time working with it. By looking at the practices of two Mexican EMI companies, I problematized the idea of mediation and performance to include language as part of the schema. So I'm sort of going back and unfolding the idea of user-friendly or what it is to get familiarized, because there is an entry point, there is a language barrier. So this is where the translanguaging practical method comes into, or practical theory. So the term, as we said, the term translanguaging comes from the study of bilingual education, and scholarly Way states that it was, quote, not originally intended as a theoretical concept, but a descriptive label for a specific language practice, end quote. As an example, in Welsh schools where they would teach English, they started to notice students responded in Welsh to English questions and vice versa, that there were a lot more advances in the fluency of the students. So Lee Wei takes this concept of translanguaging and pushes it into a practical method. There's also an important definition of translanguaging, which is, quote, the language practices of bilinguals, seeing these practices not as two autonomous language systems, as has been traditionally the case, but as one linguistic repertoire, with features that have been societally constructed as belonging to two separate languages, quote. This is from Garcia and Way. And so I also see this as an important way to see translanguaging, not just historically as a pedagogical observation in the classroom, but also a definition in which it sort of flattens the idea that you're not using two different languages, but one repertoire, which centers the perspective on the person and not their ability to have fluency of languages. So in translanguaging as a practical theory, Lee Wei presents a way in which the term can be extended into a practical approach to language practices beyond the classroom. Another important feature of Lee Wei's approach is that, I lost my place. So yes, another important feature is that, quote, not to offer predictions or solutions, but interpretations that can be used to observe interpret or understand other practices or phenomena, end quote. So I agree with this method because my intention with interpreting the language practices in my case studies is not to speculate on the future practices of Mexican designers or present the pervasiveness of English as a problem per se, but rather activate a new line of inquiry that pertains to agency and technological innovation. Sorry, I'll get to the equipment soon. It's a little heavy. Okay, so this is what I refer to as materiality of language. So the spread of English across the world has often been studied as a result of globalization, cultural hegemony, and homogenization of culture. My aim is not to delve deep into the causes of this phenomenon, but to enlist the work of critical linguistics to illustrate the localized ways in which English is employed by two designers by Mexican companies who design, build, and market their products in Mexico to the rest of the world. To clarify my first case, paradox effects, which I will show briefly, and their guitar pedal, the Fuzzy Cat, they are located in Tijuana, Mexico, which is across the border from San Diego, and they're part of what we call the border region. And my second case study is Bocuma Synths, located in Guadalajara, Mexico, 2,200 kilometers south of the border. Although it would be a monumental task to describe the different relationships these companies have to English based on their geographical relationship to the United States, I think that could provide a very insightful sort of illustration of the ways English kind of changes depending on your locality. And then lastly, with regards to the material, this sort of methodology, is that translanguaging practice theory allows me to cast my peers and interlocutors within a more robust network of agency. As Latour explains, quote, "We follow the actor's own ways and begin our travels by traces left behind by their activity of forming and dismantling groups," end quote. So I argue that having a single language to learn, discuss, create, and ontologize sonic phenomena stifles creativity. In Decolonizing the Mind, Ngugi wa Thiong'o states that, quote, any language has a dual character. It is a means of communication and a carrier of culture, end quote. Because language on an interface exists on the object itself, I am concerned with what Alistair Pennycook refers to as language effects. So he states, if Foucault was concerned with truth effects of discourse and Butler with the body effects of discourse, I am concerned with the language effects of discourse, the ways in which language are materialized through discourse, end quote. So this doesn't mean, to me, however, that companies are unable to reappropriate English to make new instruments representative of their vision. By bringing translanguaging into the study of EMIs, I illustrate how interfaces might be conceived in a way that extends their mediation to include language. It is worth mentioning that I employ my own positionist method as a member of this community that I'm studying and researching. Therefore, my interpretation is both from within the locality, but also from a theorized perspective. So here we have my first case study, which is a fuzz pedal called Fuzzy Cat. It is made by Paradox Effects in Tijuana, Mexico. So an important thing about this pedal, so I kind of started thinking about this when I pulled this pedal. I don't play guitar anymore, so I just kind of put all my guitar pedals in a box, and here and there I'll pull them out to see if they'll sound good with like a drum machine or something. But so when I started to look at this pedal, I was already in my PhD program, and I noticed that the label says volumen and fuzz. So just there, it kind of struck me that there is a combination of languages. Now, I have a personal relationship with this company, so I am able to sort of create dialogue with them and ask them, why did you do that? And that's why I got into this whole mess of studying interfaces and labels, because noticed that it was a very generative topic, especially from builders coming from Mexico. So let me go back to the reading. So the fuzzy cat, as it is called, is, quote, a roaring oscillatory feline, a highly sensitive fuzz that creates many textures with few controls, end quote. So, as you can see, it's meant to look like a cat with two eyes. It's kind of one of the few petals that they made in this zoomorphic kind of, so here's the mouth, the eyes, and they describe it as a sort of a electrified cat. But an important effect of this is that all of the marketing materials are in English. So even though the interface, the word fuzz has no direct translation or no practical translation, they used a combination of English. They don't really understand if they did that on purpose or not, but we'll get to the different petal that will show some differences in these practices. So, let me move on to next. Let me just go back a little bit to some context about Paradox. So to compete in global markets, many products are labeled in English, not just musical instruments, as we can see in a lot of these electronic equipments that we have. So this ebb and flow of global versus local practices requires more complexity in our thinking of language practices. Linguistic scholar Alistair Pennycook, an important figure in the study, states that the multidimensional nature of both dominating modes of globalization, corporatization, capitalization, conceptualization, and of resistant and localizing modes like transculturation, translocalization, transformation, lead to very different linguistic and cultural practices than international domination or national localization. A lot of Asian words. It is a far more dynamic space of flows. To sort of unpack that, he's trying to move away from the sort of local versus global ways to envision language, because once language is used in a different locality, it takes on its own meaning. And so he talks about a sort of pluralized idea of Englishes, not just one single codified English. According to Pennycook, an effective theorization of linguistic practices along the axis of global versus local must encompass a definition that allows for more than one form of globalization. So he also pluralizes the idea of globalization as not just one form of globalization, but many. One such case is the manner in which Mexico has become a site of outsourcing manufacturing processes for transnational companies. So Efrain Castro, who co-founded Paradox FX, studied electronic engineering in Universidad Autónoma de Baja California, and his growing interest in effect pedals began to clash with the school's focus on the job market. So Tijuana is a company that hosts a huge array of maquiladoras or factories where we basically have part of the assembly process for a lot of companies. And the school's curricula pushes the labor force to go into the maquila. So he began to sort of find these tensions within his own interests and within the school's curriculum. He actually dropped out of school. And so in theory, a career in electronic engineering offers a range of possibilities for the graduate, but in practice, most roads lead to working in a transnational company in one of their factories, as I just mentioned. During his time at UABC, Castro, who is also a musician, learned about electronic circuits. He began to tinker with a circuit that is commonly adopted in DIY circles, the fuzz pedal. Sorry, I think I opened up. Some slides snuck in there. So here we go to, I'm just gonna skip over the last one because it's a little bit theoretical, and I wanted to talk about this pedal, the Carmesí. So in 2021, 5 years after the Fuzzy Cat, Paradox released a pedal called Carmesí. the pedal is an all-pass phase modulator, a more complex circuit than a fuzz pedal, usually requiring more functions and knobs. So now we have way more functions and knobs than a fuzz pedal. And so it created a more, sort of a bigger canvas to create a label for it. The KEAMSAC interface consists of 6 variable knobs and 2 switches, all labeled in Spanish. One of the buttons, Sendero, enables an envelope follower processed by a sample and hold function. This feature of the pedal essentially traces the path of the signal that comes in and creates a new one based on conditional functions afforded by the circuits. The word sendero means path, and it's most commonly used to describe a hiking trail or a route rather than a single path in electronics. In the context of the KEAMSAC, it is a pedal that has been highly conceptualized both in function and design. So here you can see, I'm not sure if it's too blurry, but we can see that now we have resonancia as resonance. Sendero has now taken this new word that has never been used before in electronics in Mexico. They just basically decided to go with what the function does instead of trying to address any type of sort of global idea of what the pedal should do. Phasor, which is phaser, which is sort of the literal translation of the word phaser. And then we have velocidad, velocity, intensity, intensidad, enfoque, and directa. Now, when you go onto the Paradox website, you will see this, this sort of, I don't know if I'm blocking it, but it says, in the hypnotic desert, a crimson eye awaits. They say that in the hypnotic desert, between the hot sand and delirium, you can find a crimson eye that hides the mystery. So now they have heavily conceptualized in English, but they have made interface completely in Spanish. So to me, we're returning to the idea of types of globalizations. We know that English has now been able to be unseated from the interface, but it cannot be from the marketing label because the global channels that create these sort of marketing possibilities must remain in English. So as an EMI, KEAMSAC is an effect pedal that allows the user to sculpt sound running an audio signal through its circuit, but by using creative and imaginary narratives, they enlist what James Mooney and Trevor Pinch described as a sonic imaginary. Their definition of sonic imaginaries presents it as, quote, a way of imagining and bringing forth a shared sonic world or experience grounded in technology, institutions, and networks, end quote. I argue that the term sendero, which is both unconventional for labeling an electronic device, and foreign to the effect pedal market, prioritizes the sonic imaginary of KEAMSAC rather than its technological affordances or its marketability. From the time that Paradox began to market their guitar pedals locally in Tijuana, to now having distribution in various international markets and counting professional musicians as users, including, I think now they count people like The War on Drugs, Oasis, the band, now they have reached these sort of global channels. The company's slogan has shifted to un lenguaje sónico, which means a sonic language. So now they have understood that they cannot necessarily just sell new features, or they can sell a pedal that does more or less than something else, but that they're actually trying to sell a way to make sound and new sonic phenomena. As Castro comments, quote, yes, we make overdrives and fuzzes and whatnot, but we are working with technological tools to be creative, end quote. This is an important distinction that shows how creativity has become an important marker for Paradox effects in the global marketplace. Paradox now labels their devices in Spanish, but continues to market on their website in English, as I mentioned. I argue that this deliberate combination of both languages for very specific purposes sheds light into the fluidity of globalization. Language printed on the label's interface does not affect its functionality, but shapes its interface. On the other hand, in marketing materials, English continues to take precedent in the global marketplace. So here we go to look at the Bocuma Esquivel made in Guadalajara, Jalisco. So, let me get back here. Bocuma is a synthesizer company from Guadalajara, Mexico, founded by Emmanuel Galvan. I was made aware of their existence actually through an exhibition of Mexican musical technology organized by Paradox Effects, the previous company, in Tijuana in 2021. Galvan's background is also in electronic engineering, and like Castro, it was easy for him to work with EMI circuits. Bocuma's website currently offers a build-your-own kit for a pocket-sized synthesizer and its flagship product, the Esquivel, a state variable filter built in Eurorack format for modular synthesizer systems. The Esquivel is a well-constructed state variable filter module with very minimal and clean design. Eurorack format is substantially smaller and does not lend itself for larger fonts or illustrations like a guitar pedal. Bocuma has released 2 different versions of the Esquivel filter, and looking specifically at the labels of both versions 1 and 2, we find that there was a change in the language of one of the functions. In version 1, the cutoff frequency, it was originally labeled with the word cutoff, as you can see here. And in version 2, it now shows a pictogram of a small graph illustrating what the cutoff frequency does. During an interview I conducted with Galvan, I asked him about Bocuma's decision to change the label. He responded, "I never considered language as part of the design process, but coincidentally I have been shifting to symbols or abbreviations of words to avoid using strictly English in my designs," end quote. While Galvan does not take issue with using English when necessary, English on the label creates some tension, clearly. In this sense, the Translanguaging Act becomes a gradual process, and the pictogram provides a neutral language that avoids the task of translating into Spanish. Much like Paradox did, instead of translating the sample and hold function, they just came up with a new word called sendero. And so they avoided this task of translating into Spanish or having to create a new term like Paradox did, or potentially having to educate their new customers on what this new word means. The manner in which the pictogram reads as neutral to Galvan, in the same manner that English did due to its pervasiveness in the global market, brings up questions of whether English has any other functional use beyond a common language to communicate in. So some backstory on what is the inspiration for this filter. So the filter takes its name from Mexican space-age pop composer and innovator Juan Garcia Esquivel. His musical legacy in the genres of exotica, lounge, and space-age pop have made him into a national hero in Mexico and the rest of the world. While he may not be as well known with younger generations, for Galvan, he is a role model. Galvan stated that he draws inspiration from the composer not just because of his body of work, but also because he studied engineering. He then imagined how Esquivel's own engineering background may have contributed to his innovative approach to composing and recording using synthesizers. In our conversations, Galvan mentioned that he was inspired to design a functional state variable filter for performers and studio musicians, but inspired by the legacy of Esquivel. I'm just gonna... Okay. Are we doing okay on time?
Kind of. You started a little bit late. I think we can cut into lunch break for a few minutes, so if you can hurry up,
Yeah, I think I have just 2 more slides.
Yeah, we're okay.
Okay, sounds good. So, I'm just gonna jump into my conclusions. So, I just wanted to also show that part of the inspiration behind this module is Esquivel, that's him right there. His image is not on the interface itself, it's actually in the back of the module in this illustration of. So I kind of interpret this, going back to this translanguaging practice method, that they chose to infuse this sort of PCB with his spirit because he was not known for using a state variable filter per se, but he's also more the sort of the patron saint of Mexican innovation, which is sort of an epistemology that needs to be reactivated.
Oh, there it is.
Well, here's some of his music if you want to hear it. But, all right. So, in conclusion, for the last few years, the maker community in Mexico has begun to build stronger platforms for collaboration, inspired by the DIY ethos of global English-speaking communities centered on EMIs. Mexican designers, educators, and musicians have shifted the conversation to Spanish, or a blend of English and Spanish, in some case pictograms, as we saw with the Okuma synth. Social media accounts have emerged, offering tutorials in Spanish and working with synthesizer companies in the US to translate manuals and technical sheets. Paradox has currently labeled all of their products in Spanish or abbreviated English and has changed their slogan, as we said, to Un Lenguaje Sónico, shifting from a functional forward design practice to one that allows sonic imaginaries to contribute to the ideation process. Paradox also organizes the Exhibición de Tecnología Musical Mexicana, Mexican Musical Technology Exhibition, to encourage collaboration and dialogue among other national makers. I argue that by performing close reads on EMIs, treating them as a complex and robust network of mediation and agency, we are able to parse out the ways in which language carries cultural hegemony that becomes consolidated into the material. Translanguaging offers a unique perspective into the subjectivities of bilingual musicians and EMI designers, as well as the fluidity of global flows of information. I'm just going to skip into this part that I did want to read, and this is, I'm citing Nick Melavoy's review of the Carmesí in the guitar magazine Premier Guitar. And it says, Paradox are a Tijuana-based company whose pedals usually offer a tweaked take on traditional effects. Before I could dig into this pedal, I headed over to Paradox site to translate the control names, which are in Spanish, before I could wrap my head around the controls. I kind of bring this up because then it's creating this sort of opposite effect of now somebody who is English speaking trying to understand a label in Spanish and creating this sort of almost statement that needed to be printed in Premier Guitar about how the label was not in English. And thank you. That's my presentation.
If there are any questions, I think we have a couple minutes. We can cut into our lunch break just because we're in a country where people whose native language is not English are studying computer music with everything written in English, and Korean terms very often are in English, and if you translate them into Korean words, they're actually Chinese words that don't really have the same meaning as the English terms that are used in, or as they're used in electronic music. So this is kind of a fascinating topic for this conference. So any comments, questions?
I do. Sorry, I'm not Korean, but I think no, I understand that. I can tell you something came up. There's actually many thoughts that come up with this. Maybe I just share a few. I mean, I live in a very globalized city, probably one of the most globalized cities in the world, which was colonized since 1819 by the British. And so the lingua franca from that point was basically English. So there's actually a dialect, actually a Creole of English in Singapore, which is called Singlish. And you see the government always working to get people to stop speaking this, yet at the same time embrace it. So that's kind of an interesting thing. I see a little bit with this pedal design as well, something similar to that. And it just stimulates a couple of thoughts in my mind. Because there's actually a lot of similarities between Spanish and English, for instance. Frankly, I'm a bit surprised by the guitarist the reviewer who had to go to the website to translate those words because they're so similar. Okay, sendero maybe not, but they're so similar already. So that's one thing, and I wonder if it's not partly an interesting way to position your company. That is to write in Spanish using words that are actually fairly close to English words in many cases, is a really nice way actually to deal with marketing, to identify this pedal as a pedal that's from Mexico or from a Spanish-speaking country at least. And that's maybe why promotional materials are like in English, and then the text on it is in Spanish because it's Spanish. They felt that even if you don't speak Spanish, you can kind of understand if you learn.
Yeah.
So and then one other thought that I had was this issue of have you looked at this in languages other than Spanish and English? Like I think about Erica since there's in Latvia, right?
Mm-hmm.
So if they put everything in Latvian, would that be a sensible thing to do for a marketing purpose? You know what I'm saying? I don't know Latvian, so I don't know how similar it is to Western European languages.
I think going back to the methodology, this is a work that just creates a lot of questions and creates a lot of perspectives on what English can and can't do. And I don't think it's a practical approach to say, let's stop using English and start using all of these other languages, because we do make a lot of good use of English. But I also think that if we have terms that are not untranslatable, then from an ontological purpose, it kind of limits the data set of what sonic phenomena we can actually infuse our instruments with. So if there are cultures that parse out sound in very different ways and different rhythms and timbres, then we are only benefiting from the ones that come from English. So that's kind of part of where I want to push a lot of my research into, but I'm really just fluent in English and Spanish, maybe a little French, and whatever I figured out to come to Korea, you know. But now that I see schools that are specifically for ESL, that are for example here, and then that is another whole thing that has to do with codified Englishes and fluency. But then there's the Singlish, which is some of the theory that I read is really based on the localized uses of English in hip hop in Malaysia, in China, in Mexico, and so English becomes this sort of potential for finding your own identity through it. But then when I go back to the ideas of terminologies that you can't translate into English, then that's where I'm starting to sort of keep an eye out, just in Mexico, because that's where I'm from. But I do think that if I can envision this as a project, it would be everyone doing it in their own languages and sort of bringing that into a larger sort of phenomenology of sound through language. That makes sense.
I was just thinking it might be interesting to have some case studies that were not just as Spanish English was. What happens with devices that are further removed from Romance languages or have a different derivation from it, or for instance, like with languages that also have a Latin derivative but are written in Cyrillic, you know,
Correct.
This kind of thing.
Yeah, I do own a few like Soviet era instruments that
Right.
refuse to do English for political reasons.
Right.
I have I used to go to the NAMM show every year for 9 years, and I would go to all of the different hallways and companies from all over the world and try to see if there was any type of move towards, and it's usually just accidental or because there is a lack of a term in English. But I do agree that case studies that are not just in Romance languages would actually be very interesting. But then I try to like squeeze it into this dissertation process, and then that becomes sort of the limitation as well.
Yes. Oh yeah. So I really enjoyed your presentation. And one thing it made me think about is like I have like 2 distortion plugins that I really like, and one of them's like really detailed, so it has like a pre-gain and a post-gain and like a cutoff filter. And then the other one's just called sausage fattener, and it's just like one giant fattening knob.
Right.
And I think that's interesting because like I'm sure like pre-gain and cutoff are words that can be translated directly to other languages, but sausage fattener might not mean
Right.
something in another language.
Or it might mean something rude in another language.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, exactly. So I wonder if there's like a preference for like more detailed interfaces because the words can be translated more directly.
Well, I just think that maybe if we go into the idea of UX design and how fluid, like as from a consumer perspective, you go to all these troubles to tropicalize like a cell phone or, but then when it comes to musical technology, it kind of just stays fixed. And so I think that for example, in that case, I have that plugin and I know that it swells up as, it's like a hot dog, right? So it swells up as you turn the gain up. So that gives you a sort of a visual, non-linguistic reference to what is supposed to be happening to the signal flow. But if I have another plugin that has 15 ways to adjust the pre-gain, the bias, and everything, who's going to use that? Barely somebody who speaks English, because that's actually a pretty difficult plugin to use, let alone somebody who might not even have. And so you enter into these sort of entry points where it's like, did you go to a school that required English as a curriculum? Yes, okay, then you can probably participate in avant-garde music or electronic music, etc. And so there are all these different implications to interface design, which I focus on hardware just because that's my medium, but I know that the real conversation sits at software design. Even augmented reality, you can have, with Google Translate, you can just put it on top of a pedal, and it'll translate it on the screen. It'll even match the font. It's crazy. But then companies aren't pushing that to like, hey, maybe you could try using that, because the object will still do the same thing. But when we go back to the way in which it was conceived, I, as a Mexican, have to conceive anything that I do in English. But it doesn't match up necessarily with my phenomenological experience in Mexico with sounds, with the soundscape, etc. So those are sort of where I'm trying to push this into.
I'd like to add a comment about something that the one device, the pedal that you showed with the cutoff and cue, that had been replaced in version 2 with the iconographic images of the filter graph. It kind of reminded me a little bit of the whole Eurogame thing, like these post-1990s European games, like I'm thinking like Carcassonne or so these Euro board games that are marketed for an international group of countries that don't all speak the same language. Very often they have absolutely no words. It's all iconographic things or numbers. I guess numbers are fair game in the game. And even I'm thinking one of the games was Alhambra, which was originally labeled all in German, and when they made the updated version from version 1 to version 2, they removed all the words and just put icons because it made sense. And I'm thinking, especially coming from Mexico, where Mexico City is famous for having all the iconographic metro station names, so people who may not be native Spanish speakers because they're from one of the regional languages in Mexico, or may not be literate, can even read the name of the station by its icon. So I'm thinking that's kind of a cool way around the issue of language. Go to some higher level concept that bypasses the language.
Exactly, yeah. I mean, there's so many ways to go back to sort of even Mexico in its own history and say, well, we already have a very complex system of pictograms and visual language. And even some of the linguists that I studied that are like Benjamin Whorf were very interested in how language shapes how we think. He got a lot of money in grants early in linguistic studies to study Mayan hieroglyph, because he particularly thought, because they have a relationship to tense as past, present, and future, that could actually also be an interesting way to change the way we see delay pedals and time-related pedals and modulation pedals, because the way that they modulate tenses within sentences. So that could also be just a whole other can of worms that could be open as far as developing ideas. And even composition too, which I think some compositions don't have a forward and backwards. So,
cool. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. lunch break than planned, but eat fast.
You can put that up.
So, and see you guys all back at 2 o'clock when Mara Helmut and Esther Lamnet will be here to do a workshop about the Tarogato. information again. Okay, our workshop here for the second half of this conference, the KEAMS conference, is going to be with Mara Helmuth and Esther Lamnick. Mara Helmuth, I guess, is again like Peter Edwards on the first half of the sessions today, is also a veteran of this conference, and gave last year's keynote at this very conference, but remotely. She is a composer, computer musician. I know her as the former ICMA president when I joined the board. She teaches at the University of Cincinnati and is head of the computer music program there. And if there's any other details, I can let you fill out for yourself if it's related to your presentation. Esther Lamnick is a clarinetist and tarogatoist. Tarogatoist. Is a performer of a lot of new music, has taught for many years at New York University, and I know her, I guess, through other friends as well, through Elizabeth McNutt and also So, oh, it works, yes! I don't have to delay any longer. So without further delay, I have to read the name of the workshop. So, Tarogato and computer music, the Hungarian Tarogato in collaborative composition. So I will turn it over to you both.
Esther's going to start and then.
Okay.
And to share my work with Mara, with all of you. As I'm known also as a clarinetist, you might know me that way, having worked since the early 90s with especially Kurt Lippe for clarinet and ISPW. So I'm sort of an older person among the performers in this experience. But I'm talking to you today about the Hungarian tarogato, because so many composers have been interested to work with it because of its sonic ability. And Mara, of course, is one of those composers who loves the ethnicity, the richness of the folkloric aspect of the instrument. The one that I play, and I had written a history, sort of a description of the instrument for you that maybe we could put up now, young me. This Hungarian instrument was made by Stowasser Company in Budapest in approximately 1880. Now the factory, unfortunately, the original factory burned down in 1920. So the instrument is quite old, and you'll see when I play tonight that it has holes in the bell. So the holes in the bell make it sound incredibly live and much larger than it really is. It's sort of a similar range to the soprano, however it sounds an octave deeper, and because of the harmonics that I've discovered, it sounds an octave higher. The richness, and I think because my dear best friend Mara's interest in study of harmonics, and I are going to look at spectrographs and oscilloscopes and that kind of thing to try to understand really why does this kind of an instrument sound so much bigger than it actually is from all the way that it should sound. So we'll have further research coming along like this. Now the instrument is single reed. However, if you look up tarogato in the dictionary in the Sachs Instrumental Museum of Instruments, History of Instruments, you'll find that it was related to the Balkan oboe or the Eastern oboe for about 2,000 years. This version was created in the Romantic era. In the late part of the 1800s, the Hungarians took the instrument and decided to switch from double reed to single reed. However, sounding more like a sham or a Turkish oboe when it had the double reed, it remains that loud sound, present sound, absolutely demanding, and the Hungarians took the instrument over after the Kuru Revolution to have this instrument be their symbol of freedom. And that has just intrigued me so much, and I guess I feel that way sort of when I play that instrument. And I'll tell you just a little story about something that happened to me. You know that the Hungarians, when the Russians originally had taken them over, in the, I think the 89 or 90, I was touring from Zagreb with the train going over to Budapest, and I was stopped by the patrol. You were not allowed to play tarogato in Hungary because it represented their voice of freedom. So I had to hide it, and I was going to play a concert in the Kodai Terem, which is the theater of the Folkloric Museum in the Pest part of Budapest in Hungary. And they said, you're so fortunate that you were able to bring the instrument in. So I sort of hid it, kept it cradled like a baby, actually exiting Budapest as well. But I remember at that time, since we were looking at current history with Putin and what the Russians are doing now, when we were driving through the buses in Budapest for this tour that I was on, we would have Russian trucks with machine guns driving through and intimidating everybody on the streets and us as well. So it was really quite an experience for me as a performer of Hungarian tarogato in Hungary. And I was quite reticent to return to the country because of how terrified I was. But in any case, that's rather an aside to the gorgeous instrument that it is. It's completely an unusual instrument, but I want to give you one reference because we have, yes, you see the reference about how it was used one time in a classical environment when Mahler, as a conductor, wanted to have it play the oboe, big oboe solo, the shepherd boy oboe solo in the third act of Wagner's Tristan and Isolde. And the Met Opera Orchestra tried to take my tarogato to play that. I said, it's not for sale. It was given to me by a Hungarian family, so I would never relinquish it. Anyway, the instrument originally was played in folk settings in Romania and Hungary. And it is one of the most famous players was Sándor Burka. If we go down a little farther, honey, scroll down. He was, if you have an opportunity to find any of the tapes of him, he played it as a folk art instrument, and it's just absolutely gorgeous playing. It's one of the only representatives of tarogato playing outside of the gypsy musicians who took it over, who actually played it as an artist instrument. So it's been very, very interesting with that. And you can read about how I was using this in my work because of the freedom that gives me to play between the lines. Let's say I can use so much microtones, and multiphonics have been coming and being discovered as I've grown with the instrument. But I would like to play for you one of the pieces that would represent how it would have been played if we were out on the hills, if the shepherds or the village musicians, and this was really a village instrument, were out in the hills and communicating to each other with this instrument across the hills of Hungary. So we're going to play the first piece. No, stop. Sorry, not that. No, the first piece we're going to play is from an album I did called Transfigurazione, but the piece is called Arrival, and I just want you to hear how this might have been a traditional sound of the instrument, and then we'll talk about the piece. So Arrival, thank you so much, Owen. it's sort of an introduction to a call, a way the instrument would have been used as a call, you know, an arrival point. Now, the way this was constructed with Alejandro Colavita is he's a wonderful record producer, actually, a great musician in Mexico City, and we've collaborated for quite a few years. But what I sent him was simply my performing on this instrument, this introduction to this. And when we talk about collaborative composition, we can probably talk about a style of collaborative composition with every single composer with whom I've worked that's different from every other composer with whom I've collaborated. So there is a ton of freedom to be able to create individually, however one wants with me, and I've loved doing that. Alejandro, in this case, took the work, designed all of the sounds, so it's kind of a sonic design for the entire album of how I would send him one piece, and he would create these multiple layers of sound, sort of more like a rock musician would do in terms of multi-layers that were created out of a single layer. So it was a very interesting way. You'll see many pieces on this album on Ciro Records out of Mexico City, and that's under the reference sheet for all of the sound samples, if we could show that. There are a lot of individual pieces. He's worked incredibly beautifully on each and every piece on this album, and I'm very, very happy with that. So maybe at the end we could show the reference sheet so that they have time to do it. I wanted to talk a little bit more about early collaborative composition that I've done. As I moved on from starting with Kurt Lippe and doing interactive real-time composition for the clarinet, I wanted to do more work on my tarogato in terms of interactive real-time as opposed to fixed media time. And I began working with Larry Austin. I don't know if any of you got to know Larry Austin when he was still living. He passed away some years ago now. He was at the University of North Texas, actually, you know, and he was a very, very, very well known in the history of music. He also loved my tarogato playing and loved the folkloric aspect, or the more traditional aspect of folk music in the playing. And he asked me to record material for him, and I did do that. I went into a recording session and I recorded every single bit of music that's on the album is what I recorded for him. I think he loved it because he used it all. But what I'm so grateful about is the setting that he provided for this folk music. It's a different setting than any other setting that I've had. We premiered this, I believe, at the University of North Texas in 2000 for the Seamus there. And we were working with an 8-track system. They had incredible speakers at that time. So we had multi-channel, 8-track, and it was like a kind of virtual reality. I'm going to play 3 minutes of this score so you can imagine the 8-track. It's like having someone playing beside you all over the hall. And I think you'll enjoy it. It's earlier music when you think of multi-channel sound production, but it's still interesting, and I think he did a wonderful job. So Larry Austin, tarogato, 0 to 3 minutes. And if you imagine this in 8 channels, he composed it specifically for that. And I think not being able to hear it in 8 channels, thank you, Genki, it's difficult to really appreciate the scope of that kind of work. The 3 pieces that we're going to hear, the first 3 pieces are all interrelated in that they closely use the tarogato and its folk music language with references to more to its folk music. Because some of the work that Mara and I do together is with a concern for ecology, I also wanted to tie my lecture in with our work by presenting a short part of a video that I've done with Terry Flaxton, who's an artist in the UK, in England, which really you'll see immediately. He has so many gorgeous nature films that involve nature. And we picked a work, I picked a work that I had designed with Alejandro Colavita for a video called Presence. And I just have to do a little plug for us because, as you know, Prince Charles is so involved in ecology, and this is one of the videos that he chose to show at an event somewhere in the UK when they were talking about ecology and the preservation of things. So I thought it would be nice, in that it's a concern of so many of us, just to show a work that we used and dedicated to that. So if we could show Presence, and still keeping with the language of the tarogato in its folkloric status. Presence. And if we could make the screen bigger for the video. You can hear through the tarogato the intense beating of the water. He did a great recording of it. So what I had to work with was the timing and the pulsation of the water beating on the rocks, which is why I used the vibrato that I did, so the vibrato could become the rhythmic accent or accentuation of the sound of the pulse that you're hearing in the music video. It's really, I think, a very good representation of respect for nature in a way that honors it and respects it, without being making a statement, that's naturism, that kind of thing. But anyway, I was pleased. Terry Flaxton is a great artist. He's his work. And then you see on the reference sheet that you can see this, and it's also on my website. So anyway, I wanted to move out, before I turn this over to Mara, to show a slightly different way of using the Tarogato. And I'm going to actually present a little bit of a work by Sergio Khaleghian. He is from Brazil, and he came to me to NYU as a post-PhD student, and I had him as a postdoctoral student to work with for a full year, and it was absolutely wonderful. He had not gotten to do a lot of interactive real-time work, and that's what he wanted to focus on with me, and so we started from the beginning, and by the end I included him on the album, Tarogato's Constructions in Live Electronics. I think that he provided a beautiful environment in which the Tarogato could explore a little bit more the extremities of what it's capable of doing in this piece. So I'd like to show a little bit, play a little bit of construção. I don't speak Portuguese, but we'll do about 1:50 seconds of that for that aesthetic. So it was incredibly challenging to work with this young man. You know, it does become much fuller and more involved, but I'm trying to create a work. I'm, composing, as I'm improvising, a work that is going to create some kind of sustained material by touching that particular pitch when I'm in the middle of the improvisation. So thinking the whole time I'm playing, okay, I'm going to touch this and create this bell to ring, and I'm going to go here and try and make this ring, and I'm going to do this. But in the end, it's a very beautiful piece, and it's a completely different aesthetic than all of the other works on the Tarogato constructions in live electronics. One thing that I did want to mention, after I had told you about working with Larry Austin and working with a channel work, we created, well, let's say, I don't know if you know Ricardo Clement and his work. Ricardo Clement at Novars at the University of Manchester. He had commissioned the UK, the government, and Belfast government city to commission works for a duo. He created a duo with Elizabeth McNutt and me called the Tornado Project. And the original works were all commissioned and paid for Novars at the University of Manchester. Now, the Tornado project is flute, clarinet, and computer, and every one of the original 5 works were scored, fully notated, incredibly challenging, notated scores. So Elizabeth and I get there. Now, bearing in mind, Elizabeth lives in North Texas and I live in New York. No time to rehearse. We knew our pieces cold, but incredibly hard pieces. So we get there and we walk into this extraordinary, brand new sound environment that they've created for the University of Manchester to open it, to star in the opening of it. So we get there, we start the first rehearsals, and nobody bothered to tell us there were 68 channels. So we are trying to, obviously, at the end of this first 2 seconds of rehearsal, where are the monitors and are we buying earbuds? Because there was no way to play along with each other, let alone try to figure out how to play with 68 speakers in the environment. But this ties me into, when I do turn this over tomorrow, we're going to talk about her incredible work at SARC, because we've just come back from SARC a few months ago, well, in the later spring, and with David Durant and Mara to explore their 48-channel system. And I wanted to just mention David Durant because he's a composer that we should all know because he's involved in all of these conferences. But I think his music is not so well known as it should be. He designed a 48-channel sound for one of the works that he and I have toured with for many years called Crystalline Radiant Sun. And it's just absolutely beautiful. It's one of the most extraordinary jobs I've ever worked with in terms of works designed for multiple channel, like 48 channels at SARC, the Sonic Arts Research Center at Queen's University in Belfast, and Novars Center, which was the most speakers I've ever had to work with in my life. Anyway, I wanted to make sure that we talked about the possibility of multi-channel sound construction in case any composers are interested in that. I'm open, so open that I absolutely love it. It's such an extraordinary experience. I wanted to close my part of it before Mara and I go on together with a work that is live video and live sound. So you had the fixed video, now you're going to see something that is live video. This was created for me by Alfonso Belfiore, who is director of multimedia arts at the Conservatory in Florence. And he and I have worked together really producing multimedia festivals in Italy for more than 30 years. We just have such a great aesthetic. He wanted a program. Again, you'll find that I'm triggering everything. He gives me such sparse material to work with. But then later, I can trigger what octave I want to have join us by where I play. And part of this, and you'll hear this in Tarogato tonight, is the emphasis of the pressure of the breath control will push the program to go down to a subharmonic level. So I have 3 subharmonic levels to work with by how I play. And that is really extraordinary. Actually, Court Lippy had given me a little of that to work with in the cadenzas back in the early 90s with my clarinet, but nothing like this kind of power, simply because of the subharmonics available already in the Tarogato. So I thought you might just like to see the interactive video, interactive real-time live, sound and video, Quanti di luce e suono di Alfonso Belfiore, and if we could have the full screen for that. Thank you so much, Amy. a chance to look at the video online, if you can tell that the way that I'm controlling what I'm making is both by how long I'm sustaining certain notes that I hit, because they're milliseconds. When we created the patch, we were looking at maybe 6 milliseconds of opening for the computer to read, as opposed to 100 milliseconds. You know, we just did all kinds of variations of experimentation with how long the window could be open, but just milliseconds of time for it to attract. But in order for the notes to be sustained, I had to, consider how long was I holding it, but in the low register, not only how long did I touch it, but with how much of an impact of my diaphragm. So it was it's fascinating to work this way, in terms of interactive real work. But I don't want to take all of the time, and as you can see, the next work up is my wonderful work with Mara Helmuth, and we have so many pieces, and then she's going to take over and talk about it. Thank you, young lady.
Thank you, Esther. By the way, if you have any questions for her now, you could ask maybe, or else you can save them up for the end. I guess I don't have to wear a mask, right, when I'm speaking. Okay, so I'm going to continue talking about our Hungarian Tarogato and her music. And she's giving you a whole view of the instrument. Actually, did you want to show the instrument now, or are you holding it off till later? Okay, you'll see it tonight in the concert, what it really looks like. It's fascinating. And I will just talk a little bit about computer music plus acoustic instruments, and there's a whole range of possibilities as to how much improvisation might be involved, anywhere from freely improvised to a structured improvisation and to a totally notated piece. And I've done pieces in at least the second and third categories of these, and Butterfly Mirrors was a piece that Esther's ensemble, the New Music, NYU New Music Ensemble, played, and that was a real joy, and with about 17 performers, and video and various things. And then Waterbirds, which was, I think, premiered by Tornado Project. Oh no, that was a related piece. Waterbirds and Butterfly Mirrors are very related pieces. One was more of a solo piece. Anyway, and then the more notated instrumental music, which I have done a lot of pieces of, including Butterfly Within with Lindsay Goodwin and Onsen, which is written for Joey Van Hassel for vibraphone. But Esther and I have never done a notated piece, and there's good reasons for that, because it's just not the way we work. And so tell more about that in a moment. Genres of electronic music, the ones that we work mostly in are either live electronics with processing, and that was the first piece, Irresistible Flux, and we'll go into kind of detail about that, or the fixed media works, which are much more practical, of course, to present in certain concert situations, and those include Breath of Water, Sound Dunes, and our new work. And then what I've also found is really interesting is a hybrid approach. And we did this in Irresistible Flux to include live processing with some fixed things that I can trigger when I feel like it. And that gives me all the range of the things that you could never do in real time because they're too complicated, but plus having live interaction, which is wonderful. And the kinds of digital transformations that I tended to use have been mostly granular synthesis, because it seems to work really well with our ideas that we have together. And also I've used my own software, and there are updates to that, so that's very exciting now. In the Irresistible Flux piece, we also use delays as an important part. I've used spectral editing. This sort of sparkle max patch that I have that adds high harmonics over things and adds some sheen to things, various reverberations, and spectral delays. I do most of these things in RTC mixed music programming language, which I'm a big proponent of, and I've written some instruments in there. The spectral delay instrument is written by John Gibson, and the reverbs by Doug Scott that I like to use, and there's just it's a great way of working. I can either work command line just to generate fixed materials, or I can run plug-in in Max MSP and do it live. So, okay. Stochastic granular sampling was something I worked on a lot in my Stokeran application, which is existing now in various instruments within RTC Mix or in the Max plugin, which we have a new version of this live granular sampling stuff, which I'm very excited about. And my assistant at Cincinnati, Kieran McCullough, has updated these instruments and add a lot of things that I just haven't had time to add in the last few years. So that's been a great contribution to our latest piece that we've been working on. It gives you gestural control through changing probability distributions, and one way I like to work is an experimental process of material generation, where I'll just generate maybe sometimes 100 files even that might be sort of randomly within constraints generated, and then I will listen to them and sort of filter out the ones I really like and run them by Esther and see what she thinks, and oh, she likes this one, so we go somewhere with that, and that's a lot of fun. Okay, granular synthesis, is everyone pretty familiar with that, or should I go over and over? Yes? Anybody not? Okay, good, okay, you know what it is? Here's a grain, here's many grains. My software tends to make a lot of grains at very disparate intervals, so the phase relationships are extremely complicated between what could be up to 1,000 layers of grain or even more. And all the probabilities, the parameters are controlled by a set of probabilities. So you have a range of values that are allowable. A range has a midpoint, which is a preferred value, or it's a not preferred value. So you can either make your distribution like this, where you're preferring a variable, a midpoint of the distribution, or you can have it inverted, where it's, you get the outer edges of the distribution. And also the way it works is it moves between two distributions, so you can kind of move between this 0 distribution and the 1 distribution, and they can be anything. So you get a lot of flexibility in shaping the parameter, how the sound unfolds in time. And the way you do that is create some gestural control with functions. And 4 parameters that you're making these functions for are rate, grain rate, how fast they happen, grain duration, grain location, and grain frequency. So it can have any shape of change function for any parameter completely independently, which gives you sort of a counterpoint of timbre, I think of it as. And when I think about shaping these sounds, I often work visually, like making pictures of sound, because otherwise there's just too many numbers to think about. Okay, so here's an example of 2 shape of change functions, which are, this is from the old software when I actually had this as a Mac app, where frequency is the bottom thing and location is going through this other path between these 2 sets of values, the 0 and the 1 sets of values. So, but it can be anything. Okay, and then you end up, the command of this RTC Mix instrument, which for the granular sampling one, which just means I'm taking input from either the microphone or a sound file, is SDGran2. So these are all the parameters. It's kind of a lot of parameters. You have 4 for each parameter to outline the probability distribution. So you have 4 parameters for rate, for duration, for transposition, and for location or panning. And then you have, in the new version, something called a buffer size, because it actually stores up stuff and then it processes through it to do the stuff in real time. Yeah, so if you have a question, just jump in. So this RTC mix, I could show the whole score, but really all you're doing is setting up those values ahead of time and then running the command. So maybe I don't need to do that. Okay, so for Irresistible Flux, which is the piece that Esther started talking about, was this based on an old folk song, and when Esther played it for me, I was just blown away by it. I thought it was so beautiful, and so I'm going to play a little bit of that, and then that's the beginning of the piece. And then here's an example of what my software will do when you put this sound file into it. Some of the examples that happen. So here's the original playing. Here are some transformations that resulted from running the programs. Much longer files, but it would be too long if I played them all. Oops, sorry. And the next one, I give these all names, very descriptive names, so I can sort of remember what they are later. The first one was Slow Swoops. And this one was all in 15-second blur, and then this one is called Waver Nasal. So you get the idea, it's kind of waver. And I have to do that, or otherwise I got so many files I'd have no clue what they are later. So, yeah, okay, let's look at the max patch for this piece. This is one piece that I really love to do because I get to perform and I get to make the sound happen live for the computer. A lot of work I do is fixed, so I don't often get to perform, so this is a lot of fun for me. It has delays, and I'll just go over the patch from here, so I'm going to exit this. I'm going to, maybe I should read the program notes first. You already know that it was inspired by Hungarian folk music, and on the Tarogato to create an expanded environment. And we did actually spend quite a bit of time on this collaboration, several years I think. It sort of grew organically from the materials. Is that the one we recorded in the living room? I think it was, yes. My living room has kind of a nice resonance, so we recorded there. It was kind of fun. Yeah, I already talked about the other things. There are delays, reverb, granulation, and complex windowing within Max. Yeah, to expand the already expansive Tarogato sound into dynamic and temporally defined environments. So let's exit this and go into Max, and hopefully the patch will still work. This is what I'm looking at when I, oh, you can't see that, let's see. How do I get you to see that? Put it to the right? Yep. Then I can't see it. What do I have to do mirroring, probably. Let's do mirroring. Mirror. Yes, that's what we want. Whoa, oh my goodness. Then it becomes small, but at least it's manageable. Can you see that? Okay, good. So this is what I'm looking at when I perform, and I have my little score over here on the right, which, because we developed this sort of organically, putting it together, but by the time the piece is done, it's really kind of in a fixed state. We usually do it pretty much the same every time. I sort of do local improvisation, but I always go through a similar sequence of events. But not that it can be fixed, because I think we make slight variations every time, so it really does have to be performed live. And the opening is simply that folk song. Hopefully I have, let's see if we can get that file to play. Oh no, there it is, okay. So I've set this up to play that sound file as an input rather than the mic, as it would be in normally. So hopefully this will work.
Yes.
Yeah, I've got to do several things. Okay, this works. And I better turn down the munger or else it's going to make horrible noises. And I've set it to stereo. This can go up to 2 to 8 channels, but we're going to do stereo right now. And I'm going to start I have to hit the place. I have to start the reverb. Turn up the delays. It's doing that.
And so your drop down menu in the mic sound file patches on mic.
My what?
Your drop down menu in the mic sound file patch is still set to mic. If you go over to the right.
Ah, thank you. All right, so how do I do that? Yes, sound file, thank you. So are we getting sound? It's kind of soft. Sorry about that. Okay. Something's not quite right.
Sound file input slider on lower left is low. Is that?
No, that's for something else.
Okay.
Yeah. I think everything else works, but this is always a little flaky. Anyway, well, we won't do that right now. Okay. So, but after that opening, you get the idea of the Tarogato, and there's very specific delays that we set up to work with this this sound file, which is like 2 seconds 18 and one other number that I'm not remembering right now. So the specific delays work pretty well. Okay, we can stop that now. And then the next part of the piece goes into these fixed files, which I'm sure should work and might be way too loud. Maybe the place is a little bit high. So these parts are fixed, and at this point, it's very predictable. We always do exactly the same thing. And Esther knows to start coming in about now, and then I can start adding other sounds at this point, and thicken the texture. And they may go on for quite a while, but to let you hear some of the other sounds I can do these are big max patches, granulating. Tarogato sounds that were already granulated. This is 4 layers of this big sort of boulder synthesis. And I can just go down to 1 layer. Here's just one layer. I can have control over rate. I can randomly change the rate. Every time I hit the button, it changes. I can reinitialize the file, which I won't do by going back to init. And I have that control for all 4 layers. I have the input sound file control where I can change the input sound files to, there's this one really bendy kinds of sounds. They'll be used later in the piece. And then I can mess with those rates if I feel like it. If I don't like what's happening. So that's one whole layer of things. And then there are the multi-grands, which are these really smeared, heavy layerings of sounds. All Tarogato based stuff. And then near the end of the piece, we go with a big reverb, not just the the nice reverb that's kind of big and warm. We go to the huge room reverb, so that sounds more like this. And I start to use some lower sounds. Well, that's not so low. But that's with the big reverb. And then the low sounds come in. And I have some of these low sounds as well. And some drones and things like that. And she gets very climactic in her playing. Which is a lot of fun to respond to. So I think that gives an idea of what it's like to perform with this patch. You guys have any thoughts or questions about this? Yes?
Could I ask, or make a comment? And I want to see what you both think of this. The thing that I noticed just from the solo playing, is there's a kind of vocal quality about the instrument.
Oh, yes.
That, like, when you jump up, I sometimes think, oh, is it a sax? Is it an English horn? Is it a voice? Is it a clarinet? What is this?
I love
it's this
that.
weird, or is it bagpipes? And the overall thing is this vocal feeling.
Exactly.
And I noticed that, Mara, in your max patches, the granular synthesis actually emphasizes that vocal quality. It's like an on steroids version of the Tarogato somehow. And was that like intentional? Did you try to highlight the vocal quality, or did it just happen and you
It
went
just
with
happens because basically, if I'm working with granulation, it will just take what's in her sound. So
and amplify that?
and you know, because voice is very complicated, and there's all these percussive things. You know, there's also percussive things that she can do as well, and so those probably sounds a little similar. And the rhythms that come out of the granulation probably starts to sound more like speech rhythms at sometimes, just because of the stochastic nature, maybe. Yeah, that's interesting.
Cool.
Yeah, great question. I have some long tones. I thought we could look at a spectra or something like that. Which piece should we use? B flat? What's the best sound on your instrument?
The lowest one is the played concert A flat.
Yeah.
The lowest one is written B flat, but low concert A flat.
Okay. Well, the lowest one I have right here is this one, so let's just. That's a good sound. Let's just see if I can get it. And I'm just using Spear, which is not, you know, it just gives you an idea of how many harmonics, and you can see the pitches. So here we are on A. Is that actually A? Those of you with perfect pitch?
It is A.
What?
It is A.
I think so, yeah, good. And then we have another A, and then we have B, just going up the harmonic series, right? So this is not like a clarinet, which has our partials.
Overflows at the octave, but it is completely untempered, which also allows for so many more harmonics, and you'll see that it sounds so much bigger than it is. Not tempered, at all.
Yeah, and look at how far this goes up the harmonic series.
Yeah.
How rich this sound is. You know, a clarinet would be odd partials,
Right.
but this is all of them. It's pures.
Right.
And they're, you know, it's changing over time too.
Right.
And you can hear all these high things coming in, you know, subtly changing, which gives it this vitality that's so wonderful.
And there's all these gaps in the upper part of the spectrum, which I guess is why it has that vocal thing. They're like formants or something.
I bet that's
in
true.
the-
Look,
'cause it's-
here's a very strong formant
Right,
here, and
exactly.
here's a formant here, and that's
in between
probably,
it's like white.
yeah, that's probably,
yeah.
I don't remember the exact formants of vocal voice, but those probably are, you
Yeah.
know, different vowels are different.
Different.
There's like two bands that
Yeah,
create all the
yeah.
vowels
Cool.
conceivably. Yeah, that's very cool.
And just if I could say, speaking of the harmonics, tonight I will try to isolate certain ones, such as, let me say, I will play a basic low C, and then and try to create the spectrum, you know, with my breath and the way I'm playing. So I think you'll hear some of those things,
I bet.
especially in our work.
I'm sure,
But
yeah.
I'm so glad, thank you for showing that.
Yeah.
Is that like a breath pressure thing or a reed vibration thing or is
Tons
it,
of things,
it's
but
multiple things?
breath, absolutely, the structure, the intensity of my diaphragm, vibrato, placement in my mouth where I put the pitch, throat opening,
cavity,
everything,
every sort of big
everything.
mix.
There's just so much to be done.
I'm gonna save this picture because I think it's pretty good.
But
Oh,
also
can't do
hearing
capture here.
the
Oh, I'll do it
commercials
later.
and
No
which
biggie.
ones I want to speak and have to hear it.
Then you
Then I
see
can
the
make it
feedback
happen.
loop with body and
My
brain.
ear, yeah, exactly. At this point, my ear, you know, my brain does what I want it to hear, you know, what I want
Right.
to hear. Then we'd have to translate how is this working kinesthetically, you know?
So have you used this in live performance?
Oh, yeah.
or-
Yeah, we've always performed that piece live like
Oh,
that.
okay.
Yeah.
So you like arbitrary, like fixed or controlled kind of things, or?
Yeah, I have these fixed sounds that I can trigger and I can stop them whenever I want, but that's just to get at some of the really hard to make sounds that I couldn't really generate live. And then, although with the new version of my software, I maybe could generate those live, at least closer to it. And then I have all the live, you know, actually processing her sound with delays. The Munger, I forgot to mention Munger, but some of you probably know that plugin, Munger, which is fantastic granular plugin by Dan Truman and Iso Berkeley.
Oh, okay. So the granular effects also like lively control.
Yep.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Oh, I could show you that. Anyway, it's a Max plugin. It's in the Percolate toolkit, and then I think there's also available separately. Munger is a really nice granular toolkit done by, if you know Dan and Itzo, they did some great work together.
So wasn't there any problem, like, you know, when you start the effect or stop?
Yeah, there's
Yeah.
lots of problems. Well, I mean, I have to very carefully modify my sliders, and sometimes I use a slider control because that really helps.
Right.
Yeah, and there's also, of course, being a live piece, it's much more dangerous to perform that piece than these other pieces because anything can go. You have to have a lot of sound check time, and you know, festivals can't always do that, so that's why we move towards more fixed stuff. But if I'm very, very prepared, it usually goes fine.
Okay.
Yeah.
About the granular synthesize, I wondered, did you have any pre-designed sound in your mind and follow that, or just use that granular synthesize?
Sometimes I had pre-designed sounds in my mind, and sometimes I just generated a whole lot of random stuff and just see what I got.
So in order to get at that sound in your mind, so what could you just explain a little bit more about the detail, how you deal with the granular synthesize?
When I actually generated those sound files, you mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. I have these C programs called SD Score, which are generate a whole bunch of RTC scores. And, you know, I can say I want 100 scores based on this sound file and, you know, an approximate duration and something like that. And it'll spit out a whole bunch of stuff, 90% of which is terrible. but those gems will be all worth it because there'll be things that I might not have even thought of. And it's a very cumbersome way of working in the past. And this is how I did that piece because it was a few years ago before we got the new programs. Now I can do it in real time and live in Max and things like that. So and on command line. So it's easier in that sense. But it's also a challenge to get control over all those, it's almost 50 P fields, right? I mean, you have to have parameters that make sense. If you don't have the probability distributions actually mapped out in a logical way, it will not work. You have to have numbers that work. So the overlap, what we need to do is make an interface now so that other people can use this. Right now I'm the only one who knows how to work with C programs and all that in the old style. And we're going to get either in Max, I can't decide whether to do the interface in Max or in some kind of independent application, which I'll work with Karen and we'll figure that out.
So basically, even when you have a notion of what you want, it's still trial and error to arrive at 10%.
I've actually been surprisingly happy with not deciding of letting go of control and just say, make a whole lot of random stuff. Now, the times when I've had to have control is if I'm trying really to be very careful about pitch, like when I did an orchestra piece and I had to kind of stay in somewhere near an equal temper tuning, or else it would just not work and confuse the performers. So, but Esther's never confused. She always knows what to do. So.
If not, I'll make it up.
But yeah, I think it's good to have two ways of working. Have a sound idea that you want and try to approach it with the parameters, which is very arduous. And also just see what happens. Both ways can work.
I just asked that because when I use pronouns design, it's kind of really hard to make the meaningful sound because it's really tricky.
There's a lot of parameters. Yeah, you have to really understand how the parameters work. And some of these plugins I've seen, you can't always figure out exactly what the parameter is doing, It's very important. I think I know how this one works because we wrote it. And but yeah, if you understand exactly how it works, you can get parameters that will work for you. So yeah. What we should do is release a version of this that can, because I like what my software does that's different from some of the other tools is I think this gestural control, I really like that. It's actually very hard to do that sometimes with other software. Okay. Any other questions? Okay, we don't need this window. Let's go back into the PowerPoint and oh yeah, compositional collaboration. This is something I've only been able to do with a few people, and Esther and I have really had a very wonderful back and forth process of composing, and often it starts with me recording some of her sound, whether or not we're going to use that sound in a fixed piece, or even if it's a live piece, I still have to record her sound to know how to work with it. And then I will do a lot of processing on those sounds, and then she will hear what I give her and respond, saying, oh, I like this, I don't like this, whatever, and think of things that she will do, and then having heard her, then I can respond. So then the structure can kind of emerge after this back and forth process goes, and it's really, I love that organic way of working. It's really good, and I'm often truly amazed by how she can make something that goes with these crazy sounds that I make. That's really fun. And yeah, that's been really great. Feel free to add anything if you want us to about the process.
Well, yes, I love the process, and I love the freedom of creating with someone of a like mind, because so many of our concerns sonically, aesthetically, and if you look at the collection of works that she's going to present now, our deep concern of the environment and ecology and all of these situations, that I think when you're of a similar mind and you have a similar sonic improviser, I think makes me a very different kind of performer than others. So I think that adds to the possibility of a more fruitful collaboration.
For sure. Yeah. Yeah. And also a composing performer. Because,
exactly.
Yeah. That's great. The next piece that we worked on was actually for clarinet, not tarogato, but it became, it sort of started off our interest in this series of environmental pieces. I had, of course, long been interested in environmental issues, and so has Esther, and then we started to think that we really had to, with the state of the world, start putting this into music. And Breath of Water was the first piece that was this way, and it was on clarinet, and I created a bunch of sounds based on her sounds. I also, let me just talk about the ideas a little bit. I had just been to Australia in 2016 on my sabbatical, where I did a lot of recording. I went to the Great Barrier Reef, these outer reefs, Opal Reef, Port Douglas, Queensland. It was just an incredible trip. And one of the experiences I had was seeing a bunch of whales, humpback whales off the coast there. And then I got some sound recordings of these sounds. So then we started working on piece materials, and these subharmonic sounds she was making had this relationship to the whale sounds. It was just amazing to me. So some of those sounds I think come through in the piece. And okay, so let's go back to some of the sounds. And this labored staccato was one thing that came up in my processing, which is kind of just big windows of sound. And this is granulation of her sound. Can you hear that? Thank you. And that's several layers of her playing with granulation. Yeah, so that's one set of sounds and materials we worked with in the piece. Then there were these kind of whale-based multiphonics. I can't remember how I made this. I think I might have cross-synthesized her playing with whales, and then, but there's subharmonic sounds in here. So. Do you want to say anything about the subharmonics?
Not really. They're just harmonics in which but again, when we were talking about what am I doing with my throat and my chest and how I'm opening that allows me to secure sounds that on the clarinet that sound lower than they are. It's not rich like it is on the tarogato simply because of the nature, but they're there. Mm-hmm. They're there.
Yeah, it's a cool sound.
Yeah, it is.
Just incredibly dense layerings of those sounds. Okay. Oh, I'm going to play the video excerpt of the beginning of the piece. It actually happened in Korea in 2018 at the ICMC in Daegu. So, pretty big, and you can hear a lot of, not only the reverb we put on it, but also the reverb of the ball, so it's a little murky, but it's a pretty good recording.
Yeah, it's a good recording.
Okay. And the next piece was sound booths, and this is the one you'll hear tonight in 8 channels. It was originally a stereo work, and it's another fixed media work like the last one, but it is on the Tarogato. And it came from, I think, some of the sounds that I had, the title came from, some of the sounds that I sent to Esther's were these gestures that went up and down and sort of sound, and dune, the shape of sand dunes. And then, of course, it became sound dunes, so that's the title. And it seemed to be appropriate for all the granular processing as well.
Absolutely.
And we premiered this, in the Frazione in Florence,
Right.
2019. Yeah. Hard to believe it was that long ago, before the pandemic. So, yeah. And I can talk, especially, I spent a lot of time this spring considering how to put this piece into the Sonority Sound Lab with 40 channels. And I came up with my favorite language, RTC Mix, had an instrument called NPAN, written by John Gibson. And it has K-channel capabilities. And what it allows you to do is put it in a circular pattern, make circular motions, both distance from the listener and angle. And you can set up your speakers in this setup. Let's find that. I set this up with polar coordinates like distance, angle, and distance, basically. So these are the 8 channels I'm using. Minus 45 degrees, 45 degrees, and a unit of 1 away from you, which can be anything really. 90 and 135. Oh, I'm sorry. How did that happen? Oh, it went backwards. Okay. 135, and so channel 1 was enough. Let's see, how did I do that? There was one in the front and one in the back, which we rearranged because the speakers here are actually 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So I had to kind of shift everything to the right. But I don't think it'll matter too much because it'll still be moving around you in the same ways. So that's how the spatialization worked. And I had to really, it was almost like doing another piece, was to put these, remix everything into 8 channels. It was really a lot of fun to do it because I got to sit there and listen to all these different versions of the piece in different configurations. And I came up with these things. There's a lot of spatialization that doesn't work at all and sounds horrible, but I came up with some gestures that really I thought worked. And one was this thing I called an X-pan, which is like starting in the back of you and then coming around on the left and the right, or just coming around on the left and coming around on the right. And that was effective. Anything circling can be effective. I had something I call ran-pans, which were random circular movement. And the left and the right are independent. So, I might have one of the original soundtracks, which there were about 8 of, panning, which was stereo, by the way. The left was going in one random panning arrangement, the right was going another panning arrangement. So I was kind of moving around like this, which could be very effective in some instances. If I liked it, I used it. And then I had something else called mix thickens, where I was sending sound to more than one speaker with slight delays on the second speaker. So I might just use, 1 or 2 tracks and then thicken them in that way with a slight bit of delay, which gives it more depth. Because when you split everything up into 8 channels, it sometimes, if it was stereo, it can sound kind of weak sometimes. So you have to do things like that to beef up the textures. So let's hear a bit, or should we not hear a bit, because you're going to hear it tonight?
Right, let's not.
Not even, we can play a tiny excerpt.
Okay.
let's play the beginning from Belfast. This was the performance in 8 channels. I just recorded it on my phone. It's the only recording I got, but oh no, what? Okay, there we go. We're just going to play a bit of the beginning of the piece to give you an idea. That's pretty quiet. So I think that another natural influence is put in there. Some of the things she's doing, and then
I'm just going to the bathroom.
okay, and then some of the sounds that she makes, and then I put them through granulations, turned into these sort of bird-like textures. It seems to be fascinating. Okay, any questions on anything so far? Okay, we have one more piece to talk about. This is Burr and Wynn. This is the one we're very excited about right now too, because it's new, but it's not really finished yet. It's kind of a work in progress. So, and it came, if you don't know what the Burren is, if you were at ICMC, you might have got a chance to go to the Burren in Ireland. It's on the Wild Atlantic Way on the east side of Ireland, I believe. And so this landscape was really interesting. And I'll show you some photographs. And then she's also working on some new multiphonic sounds, which were really exciting to work with. And I got to work on this piece when I was in the Virginia Center for Creative Arts, which is a really wonderful residency that I've done a couple of times. And this year I got to work on this piece there. So, yes, the Burren is on the Wild Atlantic Way, and there's these limestone landscapes were shaped by the winds off the ocean, and there are also little flowers and lichens that grow in the rocks, which are amazing. So this is the inspiration for this. Okay. That's some of that karst limestone. This was a beautiful day. We were there on this amazing day. Here's one of the rocks. You can see the orange lichens there, but there's other colors too, lots of white and orange and all sorts of colors of lichens on these shapes, fascinating shapes, little flowers that grow in the textures. That was a particularly beautiful rock, I think. I love rocks. So. Okay, so some of the sounds that she made for me, this was one of them. Now, you notice the shape of this sound is going up and down, kind of. This reminded me of a spiral arch. Okay, so that generated a whole bunch of transformations. Here are some granular ones. Thicker and more extreme. Now, this was really exciting for me because I was actually making these with the new software, which gave me more control and updated. And it was a lot easier to run too because it was in the new RTC mix rather than the old ancient RTC mix, which I have been running. Okay, so here's some other sounds from the new multiphonic work she's doing. And here's one of them. Gorgeous sound. And then tried some granulation of that. Variation lower. And then exciting material for me to work with. And I also did some layers of granulation with spectral delays and room simulation. And here are each of those three. Oh, sorry, I keep doing that. That's the original granulation layer, which is a lot of layers of different sounds granulated with very far apart. And that was just created to put through spectral delays, which make a whole bunch of bigger texture out of that. It's messing up the spectral timings, so you get all sorts of different timings in the spectra. And then adding room simulation. So that ends up being really interesting material. This will end up being the second section. We're going to play a bit of the first if we have time. Okay, those are Esther's notes. I'm not sure how to... I could either demo the sound file or play the beginning section of the fixed part.
Let's do the opening section of the
Yeah, let's just...
It's absolutely gorgeous.
I could show you running it in real time, but that might be fun, but maybe it's more fun to hear the actual fixed part of the new piece. So it's more... That's the first section for the piece. Questions? Thoughts?
only for the RTC.
Using what?
RTC, the CMix. You mentioned
RTC Mix, yes,
right?
yes.
I have no idea about the.
It's a music programming language.
I mean, I know what it is. Can you show us how? I just want to.
How I made these?
Yeah, I just want to see how the RTC mix looks like.
Yeah, well, there's two ways to do it. I'll show you the max patch for one thing.
Right.
And then there's also command line ways of running it, which is more, you have to know what you're doing in a Unix environment.
Yeah.
But that's doable, and I could tell you more about that later maybe. But the max patch way is, there's an RTC Mix tilde plugin for Macs that you can get from the RTC Mix website.
You made a sound part from the RTC mix and import it. You bring it to the Mac.
Yeah, there's a plugin you can install. But this instrument is not in there yet because it's new. But it does work, and it will be in there soon. Like I can run in the RTC Mix tilde is a plugin, and here's my script. Here's the SD card too. I can modify it, and then I can play the sound file and yes, and then okay, that's her sound, and here's my granular processing.
Okay.
So if I turn down her sound, then here's the granular. I'm just hearing the granular, or I can hear go back to the original sound. So you can kind of listen and make all sorts of, if you modify the parameters, you can get all, anything, right?
Okay, got it, okay.
Yeah. Also running on the Unix command line is, if you're used to Unix, it's not a big problem.
Okay, got it.
Yeah. Okay. Cool. Anything else?
Good, thank you.